Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I'm your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so I greet you. It is 9:20. Actually, it's 9:18, but and I'm loaded for bear. So join me if you'd like. This is the 5th day of January, 2021, and Hawkeye Two Feathers here with you, hanging out, strolling around, and wishing everyone a Merry New Year or whatever. And so, hi Doug, hi Michelle, hello Barry, and Travis, how are you? I make apologies for the video that was my cell phone that was recorded live and then published. And I clicked this little button that said premiere, and I went, okay. And then I got a text mail, and everybody was like, your live stream went off. I'm sorry, my dear friends. I love you. Hey, Saturnian. But it was not live. It was live on Memorex. But anyway, I don't ever hit that little premiere button thingy, but it was there, and I was like, wonder what this does. Ding, as I'm downloading or actually uploading the video about my little walk in the woods. So I learned many things in rewatching it, and I'm like, ooh, boy, don't move the camera so fast. There were times, though, I was losing my footing and kind of swinging around, but much love, everybody. It's not too bad here, knock on wood. And smoke if you got it, my friends, at the 20. I'm live this time around, my dear friends. Susie Q, how are you? Prayers and love to all you good folks out there. Today was supposed to be the day that we get Colorado high. I don't know about Colorado, but we got some swamp. We got some us swampers down here getting swamp high. You too, Michelle. But so yeah, I noticed that. Oh, by the way, Barry, what 30 minutes or something like that, or whatever the video was, took almost 2 gig of memory. All right, 1.79 or something like that. And that's why the video ended rather rapidly. It just there was no more memory, and when it just went bink, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go over here to the property line." Boom, that was it. Ran out. Yeah, big hugs right back at you, all of y'all, even you guys too. Dang it, y'all need a hug once in a while too. But no feely copy thingies. I'm being silly again. But I'll tell you, the last few days have been just kind of interesting. Uh, not bad or necessarily real good, but interesting. Like, well, okay. Um, just BRB share time. Yeah. Um, okay. But anyway, so over the Christmas holidays and all and stuff, and people haven't. I got my hair stuck down my shirt to, you know, keep it out of my way when it's slinging around and trying to get. But anyway, so over the the holidays, I was thinking of the Hollies. Bus stop, bus goes, she says love grows under my umbrella. All that summer we enjoyed it, wind and rain and shine. That umbrella, we enjoyed it. By August, she was mine. Anybody remember that song? Oh, you're welcome, Steve. Did I? Was you in earlier and I missed? I'm sorry. Um, I get slightly more scatterbrained sometimes. Um, oh no, it was Doug. Doug, hi, buddy. Um, yeah, share time, absolutely. Uh, oh, did you get him already? Well, thank you, because I was fixing to. I don't delete the message. I just, you just came in. Okay, Steve. Anyway, but hi, everybody, and Happy New Year to you for whatever that means. But anyway, for my own self, I'm always talking about myself, right? But as the self contemplation, though, I realized how much you all actually absolutely mean to me, right? And the friendship that we've established, some of us very recently, some of us for several years, and but whatever the length of time that we have known each other, and I don't mean just me, but y'all knowing each other too, but this is a community thing here, right? But I realized how lucky, how special that whatever this craziness is that we share between us, I'm so glad. I'm honored, proud. The list goes on. Hey, Jody, how are you? Hey, Richard, how are you? Good to see you. And good to see you, and it not be 4 in the morning for me. It might be 4 in the morning for you almost, but anyway, David Castle, wow, bunch of you folks is catching in and showing up and all. But I want you to know that every one of you with your own opinions and the things we share, hey, Pearl, and the things we don't share or whatever. But anyway, I, I think it's very important that I tell you again at the beginning of this year how much you all have meant to me and to each other now, because I hear comments and people and talking and stuff, and it's 99% all good. There is the occasional, but no, it's 99 point all good. And there's no gossip that I know of anyway about folks and this, that, trying to get behind somebody's back. Now, it may go on, but I'm not privy to it. So, and I want to thank you all for being that way and showing how damn grown up you are. But it's proof to me that how, despite our differences or ages or where we live or whatever, somebody came in the other night. They're from Israel. Thank you. In Palestine. Oh my God. We've got folks from British Columbia area. We've got folks from around Montreal. We got folks in, I think, around New York City. Somebody the other night, but anyway, we got somebody in Chicago on the south side. We got folks in Louisiana and a few folks down here in the south, down in Aruba, down under in Australia. We have friends. We have friends from Singapore, Austria, Germany, and Richard, you in the UK. I mean, to me, how special is that we have friends in all these countries, literally around the world. I'm so proud to know y'all. So let's keep up the good work, okay? Now, with that, though, there's a lot of, well, it was destiny, okay, that follows into what the subject for this show is. Smoke if you got them. I'm going to cuss. I'm going to cuss. It won't light. And it's got plenty of fluid. I'm going to cuss. over the years, hey, Saturnian, um, and it's amazing that I'm starting to remember where folks live. Like there's one here and there. And hey, Jody, if I didn't say hi, I think anyway. But hi, everybody. Um, but in our conversations and stuff, we have kind of sort of discussed that it's destiny that we all meet somehow. It's part of the great plan, or it's the synchronicity of the universe. But in there is that thought that we were destined to meet somehow, some way, in a chat room, that we were somehow supposed to cross paths. And many of us would agree, yeah, at some point, yeah, I think so, because me and Barry chatted on the phone for 3 hours today, and I just called to wish him happy New Year. And I carried him down in the woods with me on the phone, and we talked and walked. And about the time, about the time, I said, "Well, hey, look, well, we need to get going, and you do your thing, and I'll do mine. It's getting late in the evening." And 30 minutes later, we hung up. So that to me is just like it. I was outside doing stuff, went down in the woods to check Wi-Fi signal. We're just chatting away about stuff, like two old hens, you know. But um, I would not trade it for the world, not at all. No, our conversations on the phone, and there are those of you I've had conversations with, quote, personally, and most of y'all have, shared my phone number around. If you ever want to chat, and sometimes at 2 in the morning, I'm like bored to tears. But sometimes at 10 in the morning, I'm still sleeping. So, me and my second shift, third shift. But anyway, with that said, though, it was destiny that we meet, right? Oh, really? Well, yeah. Don't you feel it? Yeah, I do. But I say, oh, really? In that, and this is my, oh, really? Question look like what? Um, is if we were destined to meet, then that must mean there was a predestination for us to meet. That if it was destiny, then didn't somebody write this down somewhere? And so that, you know, me and Barry are out there, flying around in our little, UFO alien spirit cells before either one of us was born, and I was first, right? So we're riding around having conversations. Say, look, I got this opportunity to go down here and do some of this crazy shit down here on this place they call Earth. Oh yeah, I heard about it, says Barry, right? Barry, you know me, I love you. But just hang in there with me. I'm gonna take Barry on a trip he don't even know about, right? So we're flying around in our little angel cars or whatever and having a chat, and somebody says, look, there's some big stuff coming up and you guys can be a part of it, but you got to go down there to do it. What? We look at each other and go, well, maybe it's our destiny. Well, as much as I have sometimes regretted that I said yes to my soul contract, here I am, right? But the lesson for me was I tried so hard not to accept my own destiny. Okay, so this is it's got a place to go. Okay, so but our priest, so in this reality thing, we've had, because if we feel like we've known each other, then maybe we sat at a coffee bar someplace in heaven, right? And chatted about this. And, we got these little brochures that say, here, go to Earth, And I go, well, hey, Barry, I might give this a shot. It's after the war. And of course, there's that Korean thing going on. And it's a young mother, and oh my God, I might even be related to Robert E. Lee. Who's he? Hell if I know, but he's supposed to be famous to somebody, right? So I think I'm trying to give it a try. And down I go, well, and Barry says, well, maybe I'll see you along the way. Remember, we talked about, okay, we talked about this. So now here we are after, my 69 and a quarter years. Got to keep that joke going. But snicker, snicker, wink, wink, nod, nod. But so after this time, we bump into each other of all places on the internet. Have never ever met, but I have tried to move to the Ozarks so many times, been out there, camped in places I know some folks in Arkansas might not even know exist because I love to go adventuring. And and he lives in the northern part of the Ozarks in Missouri there and other places. And he's been down here to the south. So a lot that we have in common. It's interesting. We literally haven't crossed paths at some point, right? But continuing on, it just feels like destiny that we met, right? Boom. You meet somebody, you click with somebody, and almost the first thing out of your mouth is, it must have been destiny, right? Or you meet some girl, or you meet some boy, or you meet people, and it's synchronicity. Okay. But if it's synchronicity, isn't there a little bit of destiny in there? Can you separate destiny from the synchronization? You can only be young once. Oh, I'll tell you though, I may not be as young literally as I was, but in some ways I'm kicking around better now than I was, several years ago, and I keep getting old, right? Oh, there goes one, and Barry got it necked. You're reporting them, right? You're not just hiding them, but you're reporting them because I know how to do it now too. Hey, Project, how are you? But absolutely, see, and Barry and I were talking about it on the phone. I said, there are times in the chat or something. I say, well, Barry's probably asleep out there somewhere, and he does it right. And I know sometimes that his cell phone and his connection goes, but he knows I'm also teasing, right? Well, I'm not trying to make, well, he sleeps all the time, don't pay attention. No, 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 no. And he knows I don't mean it that way. But so is this, we all feel at some point and varying degrees with how we know each other that we were destined to meet each other, right? How or where or what happened or whatever drug you silly people over here at my channel, hey that way, and greetings right back at you and cosmic hugs and all that, you know. The trout fish, they have a hatchery on Cassville. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, thank you. But so now, as a Catholic, I growed up, in that Catholic their church stuff and catechism and nuns beating the crap out of my knuckles for always, speaking out in class and coming up with dumb shit. Y'all should know me better enough, but I'm good enough by now to know that I can come up with some off the wall stuff at the weirdest times. Okay, so I've always been this way. I might just be a little looser now in my old age. And this is my dang channel, dang it. But no, ain't no nuns around to slap me around. But in school and also in out of school stuff, the philosophy and the discussion about, and I can't remember what it might have been Calvinism or one of them religions we studied back in the day, and it had to do with that they were firm believers in a predestination kind of thing. And so the Catholics were like, we don't really believe in this. And then there was like this pause. Do we? And it's like, what? Well, wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, y'all have heard me talk about Sister Oline. Well, she knew when she was a little girl that she was going to be a nun. Okay. So I knew when I was little that I had conversations with Mother Mary and all this stuff. And I knew that there was a plan for me. I didn't really know what until later on in life, here I am. But that I knew when I was a child because when they asked me, what are you going to be, Dave, when you grow up? And my answer at the age of 4 and 5 was, I'm going to be a hermit, which at 4 years old, who knows what a hermit is? I'm going to be a hermit and live on a river in the woods. My granny used to remind me of that after I bought this place. She goes, you did exactly what you said when you was 4 years old. So at 4 years old, am I predestined in whatever it's going to be for my life, right? So now I know that my shaman journey and my spiritual journey ain't what nobody else's is because it's mine, right? It's simply my life, my thing, my lessons. You know, I share 98% of them, 99% of them with y'all. I probably forgot a few along the way, but because number one, I guess, airing out my old dirty laundry to clear whatever air between me and there, wherever there is when I make the transition over. But that I've known for a long time certain things, as other people have. Well, I've always felt this way. I talked with someone on the phone the other night, perfectly delightful, lovely conversation. And there were so many things that we had in common simply about nature. And what I mean by that, I was listening to this person describe how they felt about this outdoors and a thing and nature and something. And I was catching on, and I had these pictures in my head. I had never spoken to this person before, but I felt that connection. And I was like, I could kind of see what they were saying and kind of picture it, right? And then a feeling came over me, and I was like, after they were finished, I said, I want to make a statement, remark, or ask a question kind of thing. It's sort of loaded, but when you are in nature, or you go on a nature walk, um, you just see the trail and the trees or the grass or whatever it is, or as I feel it from listening to you and the conversation. I said, when you take a hike in the woods, you feel the woods when you hike. And you like, oh yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. There are those folks, and I've met them. There are people who've gone to the river with me, and they're so damn loud you can hear them for 4 miles down the river. And number one, if you're going to have a conversation, you don't holler, hey, hey, hey. No, you're down in the woods. If you're down in the woods, aren't you supposed to be like looking for wildlife and birds? And so these folks scared shit away for the next 4 hours, right? So, and then there are folks who know if they're going on a hike in the woods that their tone changes. They speak if they want to talk. They're sometimes they'll like listen. They'll do a little bit of hand signals, and they will adjust to their environment. Right? They kind of get it. They know. But other folks are just this sure is fun walking down this trail. Like what you do? Shut up. Just it, there are other things in the woods other than just you, right? But anyway, but there is that feeling. And there are some folks, I swear to God, no matter how old or whatever, and no matter how much I've had conversation with them, they are still the damn same in the woods. Crash, boom, snapping stuff and talking out. And like, I turned around, looked at them and said, I should have just left you at home. Well, what do you mean? I said, because you're ruining the walk. The walk is to experience the wildlife, but you didn't chase everything off. The birds are gone. The deer is like, holy crap, I don't know. You've even pissed off the bobcats, So, but anyway, but they just don't get it. And they maybe, probably will never, ever get it. Those people exist. So, in the spirit realm, there are folks who will just never, ever get what we've been chatting about kind of sort of casually for me, now for the last several years, and y'all joined in and hang out, and that's all absolutely wonderful. Sound is so important. Hey, Ruth Ann, you just drop in. I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, what condition my condition was in. Why do you think some people get it and some don't? I honestly, there it could be sort of like I've known people over the years, dear friends of mine, and I do not mean that this badly towards them or about them or whatever, but in that there are some folks with um oh I always forget the name. It's not Alzheimer's. It's a right. You feel the woods, right? 26. Whoa, dang. Uh, Does does an elderberry yell in the woods? I don't know, but I have elderberry trees in my backyard, and I know they scream when I cut them down. What was the question? Uh, there are folks who are that A type, and I don't mean a hole, but I mean the A type personality and the B type personality. But there are folks who just don't seem to have any kind of empathy. Period. Well, my dog died. I'm very sorry. My mother died. Oh, I'm very sorry. It's the same feeling whether it's a dog, a mouse, or it doesn't matter because they're not wired for empathy. Like for me, but oh man, I used to be able to cry at the drop of a hat. Like, please don't send me to a movie where I'll be bawling, crying, oh, please don't. And there are those of us who feel too much empathy. It's like we get, like drowned with somebody else's no empathy. Does brain part as they forgot him. Thank you, Ruth Ann. We don't care. I mean, we love if you want to participate. I've talked with folks who are a little leery about participating in the chat. I've been in a lot of chats and folks and stuff, and these are some really kind people. And if you want to join in, please, the the only thing we ever, you've probably been around long enough. We make jokes between us and all that, but it is all in good, playful fun. We very rarely get invaded by negative folks. And if you want to join in or have a comment, absolutely, or a question or something, bring it up. We love you. And if you're hanging out in the background and don't want to participate, that for whatever reason, that's absolutely lovely too. Because I'm the late night radio disc jockey from all them years ago. But anyway, the lizards. Oh yeah, I'll tell a little bit. Barry and I've been talking about lizards and on the balcony and things around it. Anyway, lizards, right? And so I've had my own little lizard here in the house that comes and goes, and I got toad frogs that come through, and it's almost like I live partially outside in the house. But anyway, so yesterday, yeah, yesterday, I think. Anyway, I'm sitting here in a chair and I'd seen the little bugger crawling around in the windows and stuff, and over there's plants over by the door, and so just a little chameleon lizard, right? He don't change too many colors, but darker or lighter. I don't know if I've seen him turn green. So, but anyway, but so he's been around in the windows and around. And so one night I seen this thing scurry by and I thought, wow, there's one of them spirits that are hauling butt. And it's out of the corner of my eye. And then a second later, I looked down at the table and he'd come back out and turned around and looked up at me like, no, it's just me. And then he disappeared. And I was like, okay. So I felt something on my left hand side. This is my left side over here, out of the corner of my left eye, and seeing something like, man, it just seemed like I seen this little head sticking up out of the pocket of my shirt that's hanging on this chair over here by the desk. And I looked again, and there, sure enough, there's a little lizards over here at the desk inside. Now it was cold that day, and there was no sunshine where we usually, hey, no sunshine when she's gone. Anyway, hey, Lori, how are y'all? Gerald, uh, Lori, in the house, all y'all people, just happy New Year, everybody, and please just do the best you can, and absolutely. But so anyway, I look over here and he's in my pocket of my shirt hanging there. And I was like, it's all right, dude. Over the summer, me and my friend was sitting here and I had a pair of shoes down on the floor and this big lizard come sticking his head up out of the shoe and looking around and then back down inside my shoe he went. And I was like, come on in, everybody. There's the little camellia type lizards and this other one is like a blue racer with all the colors and everything. And but to have wildlife running through the house, and I've told stories about, and they're true, about the snakes in the house and seeing this and that. It's just like okay, dope. But there are those of us who consider it a blessing when a little lizard lives in our pocket, like Barry and I. He chats to his little lizard friend and frogs and toads and stuff, and oh God, don't let does that mean we're not manly men? Barry, we're not manly men because we talk to lizards and frogs and stuff. But and I would say it's the other way around. Yeah, I have different kinds of lizards too, but I mean this one just lives. I mean, like in the house. Yeah, it is cool. Hey, Johan, and a very good evening to you as well. Right back at you. It's so good to see y'all, and I honestly mean that. And so in this lifetime, like retrospecting and things, it's the end of the year, it's the beginning of the year, and all this, and being the watchman and kind of keeping an eye on what are people's true feelings going into this. Is everybody freaking depressed? Is everybody like, woo, this is the year that I don't know, uh, or does everybody just want to take a gun and and be done with it? And it's been interesting. There are so many people that are fed up with things, and that it's almost given them a sense of rejuvenation in some kind of way. It's almost like the last 3 or 4 months of this year, I think it has something to do with football, quite frankly. I mean, honestly, I mean it. That with all the hundreds of thousands of people that have been to all the football games this year, most folks without a mask on, right? Because it ain't a mandate, that there should be 1 million people dead. And I mean that in statistically speaking, one person in a giant crowd at an NFL game or a college game. A month later, there should be people dropping like flies because the pandemic would have spread so quickly with all those people in one area and going all different directions. So this idea that oh well, then that there was a people that got their shots, and I'm just saying, people are looking at their own data, and looking around, going, "Screw this! I'm going to the football game." you know, I'm going to go have fun. And somebody gets a cold or somebody gets a sniffles. Oh my God, where? Oh, I was at the football game. Really? Well, yeah, but I was also at the store. I also went to the. I also was at work, and so where'd you get it? Don't know. But the idea, though, that by the end of the season, millions of people went to football games this year. And where is the humongous outbreak that should have taken place? Just saying. Just look at the data. I'm glad it didn't. But people aren't stupid. They look back and went, we ain't dead yet. I'm sorry. Maybe I'll go to a basketball game. You know what I mean? So there what there's still fear out there, don't get me wrong. But there are those folks who have like, well, okay, so the potential is there, but I just by golly ain't gonna let it really bother me to where I'm just gonna stop living and all that kind of stuff. And uh H&R puppet stuff. Captain Cripps and Seven. I haven't been keeping up. But anyway, but to the point of this, so is it our destiny? This is all related. Is it our destiny this third year with all these other things they're discussing? Is it our destiny to be able to look at, these folks, them folk, and go, sorry, guys, not buying it, which is what's happening. Good or bad, that's what's happening. People have taken power back within themselves. That's a good thing. We should not go out there and wave our guns around and say, I dare you to come and take my rights. Just be quiet and know you got them. Okay. Just don't rock the damn boat, because some of these people are crazy enough to come shoot you, arrest you, or otherwise poison you or something. So be strong with your neighbors, you and us. Um, but be strong in what you know, because our destiny depends on how we stand now for this coming future, for all of our futures. And I don't mean just today, the next few minutes, the next year. I mean, future in general. So a lot of people talking about, oh, the ETs came and they changed the timelines and they did to this and they did to that and blah, blah, blah. Look, anytime you stop what you're doing to go do something else, you just change the timeline. My coming on and doing a video this evening, which I had not necessarily planned on doing, especially earlier on in the evening. But here I am. Here we all are as a group. I love you all. But see, none of us was planned. Y'all didn't plan on coming here and me tonight. None of it was planned. It was spontaneous. So that in the timeline of things, we just changed the timeline because all of us are here now participating. You get it? So all these people are changing the timelines and this and that. Look, we just changed the timeline by all of us being here now. Think about it. So, in my discussion about predestination as Catholics, thank you, Dave. And one of these days, I'm going to get all the way back through the where the I was showing where the concrete block are. That's not supposed to flow through there. That's not a creek. Okay, that's overflow from the river. But anyway, it's all your fault, Barry. Dang straight. But so for those people who are not empathetic at all, or very empathetic, or their empathy level is like this, for those people who are depressed too much of the time and who have too much empathy. Oh my God, there was a car wreck in San Francisco, or there was a car wreck in Berlin, Germany. And oh my God, a lady got hurt. It's tragic. I mean, they just the slightest thing, they go into a mourning, mourn, and not as in good morning, but back in the day. And I think some of the traditions, I'm not enough about Islamic traditions, but where they actually pay people to mourn, to cry behind the coffin and sing, and oh my God, blah, blah, blah. They are paid to do that because their life was so bad that nobody else, they got to pay somebody to pretend. Ain't that silly? But not, I mean, not everybody, but so in this understanding of destination or destiny, So I knew as a young child there was going to be something going on. So in that, I was predestined. Going to be a hermit, live on the river in the woods, and here I am, right? And but I wanted to be a priest or a monk or a something, here I am, a hermit, right? So I knew this as a child, tried my best to ignore it most of my life. And there are some people, though, that don't know that, younger or older or anywhere in between. However, life changes them, life events. They see something and they worked at an office building all the time, and their being outside was a walk home through the park to their apartment building on the third or fourth floor or whatever, and so that they were in contact with concrete more than any kind of living thing or any type of work, that type of thing. So their attachment or their connection with nature was walking from here to there. Not that I ain't saying that's wrong, but for folks like me who go in the backyard and go walking through the woods, and it's right there all the time, day or night, it's always there. And my reason for going back tonight was to see, because yesterday it was like flooding over. I could have got in my kayak where I was standing and floated over to the neighbor's property and back around in my kayak, right? So tonight was just like, wonder what it's like, and ended up doing that video. But so was I predestined to do that video tonight, to just go down there and, or can we kind of alter what our quote predestination is? Does it have to go this way? And sometimes a change of thought or a spur of the moment something, there you go, right? But in larger things like me understanding that for me, as knowing about being a hermit when I was a child and then becoming the hermit later on, I absolutely believe I was predestined in that. Okay. So I've been kind of chalking and hacking around it. Hey, Mossy Man, I might have to help replace frozen water. Yeah, are you going to be using glue or is it copper or galvanized still, if folks still use it? 20 call may not be appreciated. Well, it isn't about, there are people who live in apartments in town or cities or whatever, and they barely ever come out. They're hermits in their own right. So there are these varying degrees of understanding about the hermit. Now, for me, the true hermit was to live in the woods and the thingy and a little herb garden, and the house I'm building out of recycled stuff and things and rocks and stone, just what I'm doing, right? But I kind of understood it long before I became it, which is interesting because I knew when I was 4. But then when I've got the property and how it all came about, I'm supposed to be here. I mean, I tried my best to get out of this. I'm still here. And I'm right now, I'm sincerely glad. As many times as I tried to go to Arkansas and buy property and stay there, not where was supposed to be. I'm supposed to be here now at this time and so forth. And the more I accepted it and not necessarily went along with it, but I don't buck it. You know what I mean? I don't try to paddle upstream. I don't try to push the river, as it's saying. Uh, Metal pipe, not sure about what type. Oh, back in the 50s. Oh, holy crap. It's probably galvanized. Although they did use copper way back in the day when it was a lot cheaper, but you bought an acre property in New Mexico. Good. So, but here's the thing. I've talked about me being in jail before, and it's what time is it? It's 10 something. I know we got to be coming up on a 20, so I didn't want to miss it. Yeah, it's 10. Let me do a top of the hour. It's 10:03 p.m. here on the eastern seaboard in southwest Georgia, just north of Tallahassee. Hawkeye Two Feathers and friends here in the southwest corner of Colquitt County. And it's 5 minutes after roughly 10 o'clock. And on January the 5th, 2022, we welcome all y'all. Come on in and hang out for a while at least. I don't know. I didn't really set a time limit for this topic, but I wanted to give folks the basic idea because my spirit guide folks and the angels guys have been having conversations up there, and they're kind of pointing at me like, now you got to talk about this now, Dave. You know that. And I'm like, okay, no. And so that yesterday went by and they were like, no, now you know you got to talk about this, right? Okay, all right. Now you Dave, today was more like, hey, Dave, you got to talk about this now, you know. Okay. So here I am, but it gets really loud in my head sometimes. I'm going to the mountains to get away from flatland for a little while. Yep. Thank goodness. And I agree with you, Steve. I used to go to the mountains all the time. My being able to get out and about these days are not like it used to, but it's really hilly around here in places. And I mean, I live at the bottom of this hill. So although it's, swampland, there are hills and places. So that reminds me of the foothills. And all the way down here, where I live in this little plateau and everything is like the trailing absolute last bit of the Appalachian mountain chain. I mean, it's like trickle, trickle, trickle down. Here we are. But because anything south of us was severely underwater, back in the day. But anyway, so Max, how are you? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you in person. Oh, you gonna take a nap? But anyway, TTFN to you, Travis. So about this predestination thing, and what does it have to do with a shaman journey? Well, it's to me, I want to place this very simple statements. Some folks just ain't cut out for it. Period. Some folks are like to go fishing, and other folks ain't going to touch that pole. There are some folks who are empathetic, and then there are some folks who just don't give a damn about nothing. They're just people. People are different, right? Now, there are people that I know who were very A type people, but over time, they have wanted to learn more. Not that necessarily they were predestined to learn it, but they go on hikes and they have learned nature. And by sitting down and going on hikes with maybe their mate or friends or something, that it's kind of rubbed off on them. So where they thought as a child or a person, they end up being more outdoorsy than they ever would have imagined, or vice versa. You know, well, there are some folks that are just scared to go outside anymore. I went through a stage of that. And I go through that stage every summer because it's too freaking hot for me to go outside. I pass out and I'll be dead somewhere in the woods, right? Anyway, um, hiking is my hobby out there. Yep. But so to the point though, as I have been talking to folks, personally, I'm like, you when you take a walk, now you can feel. I say you can feel the air and the breeze and all that kind of stuff. But there are people who just look at it. Oh, it's pretty. They take a picture and they feel the breeze. But then there are those of us who we feel the grass blowing, not because of the air, but we feel the grass. We feel the sand and it's got a feeling to it. Whereas it's just not this thing that you walk across to get to the water. So there are, God, I hate to use this term, but it is like maybe, it's the ditzy blonde is like, oh, look, it's sand and ooh, and they, having fun and it's a bright air and everything, but just ditzy as hell and don't get it. And then there's the beachcomber person that's got the hat on and the old sandals, or maybe they're walking barefoot and they're like some old beach curmudgeon, right? And they are the beach. They feel the beach. They probably even smell like the beach. That some beach smells like the beach. Anyway, so, but is it anybody's fault one way or the other? No, it's just the way we are. Now we can change. There are those people who are um, altruistic, and out there's another A word there that I can't quite get to. Um, no space in Holland as farming shrooms and gardening. That's a good one. Honestly, that's a good one. There are a lot of shrooms and stuff growing in my backyard at the moment, and up here on the hill and at different places. And some of them are like this. God, I thought I was tripping literally, because it was like blue and purple and all these colors mixed together. And it's right in the middle of the driveway. And I want to go up there and take a picture of it. I forgot earlier today, but yeah, if it's still there tomorrow, I really need to go out there and take a picture of it, because man, it's like far out, man. I mean, seriously, the colors in it, wow. I'm wearing tie dye tonight, and it reminds me of some kind of purple, blue, kind of greenish. It's beautiful, tie dye mushroom, But anyway, growing up in the city bring different values. Right, absolutely. And I grew up in Tampa, but North Tampa, and we always sought the woods and the river. We were near the Hillsborough River. We could ride out. Back then, it was all country. We'd ride out. I'm out at that time. It was out of town, out Fletcher Avenue to the bridge out there on the Hillsborough River, and goes diving off the bridge and swimming and everything. And we could go play wherever we were going to be play, but we had to be back in 2 hours. Well, we could make that ride in like 8 minutes. We had it timed, so to be home on time. We swam till we only had 8 minutes to get to the house, and then it was puff puff paddle pedal, right? But so, and then people say, you swam in the Hillsborough River? Weren't there alligators? Yeah. Well, we threw rocks at them and they usually went away, but um, when do you walk? Do you feel the love of nature? Wait, let me read this again. When you walk, do you feel the love of nature, of Mother Earth? Yes. Now, I must admit, there are times when if I go to the woods, I'm going somewhere with an intent, but I'm always aware. But tonight, when I was walking down there and standing down there and kind of looking around, and there's water over there and the water down over there, the water on the ground back there versus most of the time in the summertime when it's dry and there's no trace of water. And then when there's water there, it just brings a whole different feel, and the water brings a different energy to the place. And there's just absolutely a different feel to it. And in the summertime, well, now this last summer we had a lot of rain, but I'm just going to say in the non-floody times, that just sounds weird, don't it? But um, there are times when I have to walk in the woods because I need to feel the woods. I mean, I'm like just drawn, gotta go. Earlier today, was outside doing some chores and things. And next thing I knew, oh, I was talking to Barry on the phone. And I wandered all the way down to the property line and way down, talking to him on the phone, checking to see what my Wi-Fi signal was from the house, right? And so how could I walk? How far could I walk with a live stream without digging into my data plan? But I could still live stream around the house and the woods and stuff like that. So, but anyway, I'm down there in the woods having a chat with Barry, and very much felt like, and he and I were talking about it, in nature and feeling it and close to it and that kind of thing. So, and then there are times when I just got to go, but I was supposed to work on the truck last week or something anyway. And I went out to the truck, opened the door, looked at the woods, saw Duggar over there, closed the door. And an hour later, I'm coming out of the woods going, I was supposed to work on the truck, you know, and trying not to feel guilty, but the walk really felt good. And when I came in from the woods tonight, I was like, man, it was just the right temperature. It's like 62 degrees down there. I'm in a t-shirt. It's a little chilly, but okay. No bugs, no skeeters, and the sun going down, and the tone of the light in the woods. It's reflection off of the trees and stuff. I mean, just when it's overhead, it's the the forest looks different because the lighting is different. Okay, but anyway, so just the whole thing, and so as I ran out of as the memory quit at the end of the video. Well, the video quit because I was out of memory. But I was like, I still went out to the property line and looked. All the cats are playing out there. I'm like, there are 5 cats at the moment, where last year I had only 2. And those 2 cats ended up between them having 5 cats. I mean, there are 5 cats now total. So there's 3 extra now. There were 2 of them have died or passed away or disappeared. But anyway, and sometimes there's 6. But anyway, so I had was talking to y'all and over here and over there and walked away. And the next thing I know, I turned around and I'm surrounded by all the cats. They're literally just all around. And they had found the right way home down on the property line. They're all running away from me back to the house because I guess they knew I was headed back to the house. And uh, what is normally really difficult to walk through on the property line, they had found these little high spots and they were like tiptoeing. I was like, all I had to do was follow the cats and, and think light. There's an interesting destination thingy. Um, there have been times when I'm going through, and y'all saw where all this body water was, that I didn't really get my feet wet. I mean, barely. And I got these little slippery things on made for the swamp and boating, right? And I never had water come over the tops and get my socks wet after being down there and squishing and mushing. So, but also when I'm doing it, I literally think light. When I go to step, I step lightly. Now, how can you do that? You still weigh the same, right? But if you hold on to a tree limb or something like I was doing with one hand and step lightly and then swing on over, so you don't really put your full weight on something, or you'll sink down up to your ankles back there like quick. And so I barely got the tops of my little sneaky things wet, barely, after walking all around down in there and and should have been gooey and slobbery, right? But there are some people who stomp through the woods. And Native Americans always talked about that you literally walk softly in the woods. To walk softly, carry a big stick, but how can you sneak up on the animals? But it's also when you walk softly, you walk lightly upon the earth. Well, if you're a 200-pound man, then how can you walk lightly on the earth? By not stomping around. I mean, and it's a thought process, but I've walked with people in my own woods and they come out and they've got mud up past their ankles and my tennis shoes are still dry. And I go, what's up? And I say, step where I step, think lightly when you do because it's boggy or whatever, and they just poop and just all their weight. And the next thing you know, there's some places you'll be up to your knee in a heartbeat because it's like a quick mud until you hit the lot of sand until you hit the clay on the bottom where but anyway, so it has surprised a lot of people. They like, how do you do that? Well, you walk in the woods and up and in the swamp. And when I started listening many years ago about that, you can actually kind of sort of not have all your weight on the ground, that you can kind of float across certain places. You don't necessarily walk on the water, but your feet only go in about this far. And I know it sounds silly, but or outlandish and crazy, but I have practiced this. And I mean, I can't walk across the river, but I have gone short distances very quickly and very softly that I should have been up past my ankle in the water and wasn't. And it takes practice, I got to say, but it is absolutely possible because I walked all the way down there tonight and came back with my feet not wet, you know? So people say, well, how do you do that? Well, it is a thought, it is a theory, it is a thing, it is a practice. You have to practice doing it. But I actually think light, like I'm just not as heavy. I don't try to think like I'm floating. I'm just not heavy. um, Lady Court, how are you? Best as elk meat when I lived in Colorado. Don't have those down here. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, there are some pretty good sized deer down here in Georgia. I know that the one up in the Ozarks in Missouri and sometimes in Ohio are bigger, but the ones we got down here, some of them, they might just be that much shorter. I'm telling you, we got some big deer down here too, because I've hit a couple of them. That's how I know. But anyway, so the shaman journey. Not everybody is supposed to be a shaman. You can if you want to be. If you seriously want to take that road, you don't have to have any kind of predestination to want to do that. But it is a choice. Okay. That's absolutely. So are you destined to live your life in some kind of mortal fear? And the answer is only if you choose so. But actually, the answer should be no. But there are people who choose to live in mortal fear. So then maybe that's their destiny, right? But for me, I have moved away and done different things. I lived in town and all this, and I just kept getting drugged back down here. Now, and of course, I just gave up being drugged someplace else or trying to move to another place. Um, oh, it's four. What? Oh man, it's 10. I missed the 20 mark. Oh, it's 10:21 right now, my dear friends. Been on here an hour and 3 minutes. Smoke if you got them. And if you don't, well, we'll smoke for you. And if you're cussing us for smoking, that's your opinion. I won't cuss at you if you don't smoke or think I should. So, and opinions are like buttholes. Everyone's got one, mostly. Some have bags on the side, but that becomes their butthole. And anyway, so but the idea though that if you choose to want to follow the spiritual path, because in your life you either see the necessity or you feel some kind of compassion or passion to want to follow these things, or maybe it's just stupid curiosity and you want to know more, which that's okay. But well, why do I feel like this? Because you just want to know. Don't make a big deal out of it. Just study it, kind of go with it. And for those people that I have spoken with personally and heard their voice and can hear the nuances in their voice and so forth when discussing some of these things, and like Isby and I have had a chance to spend a couple of days and chatting and walking in my woods kind of thing. And so you get a different feel of a person He's got a different feel of me because he personally met me and been in the backwoods. So it doesn't make him any, but whatever his experience of the woods is where I'm headed. So, and when I was going to meet teachers and my old friends who live in different places and up in the mountains and live without electricity and do these, when I go visit them, I'm so grateful, even though I'm so close to living without electricity, you can almost smell it sometimes. But when my phone bill, oh, by the way, I have to pay it. When my phone bill's only $40 a month and I'm running this heater and I got everything I need, I just, $40 a month. It would be more of a hassle for me to do solar and batteries and all that kind of crap. I got it if it ever gets that bad. Uh, you too, Mossy Man. It's good to see you. And stay safe. Yeah. Smoke on the water, fire in the sky. Da, dum, bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I got you. We all drove down to Montrose. Anyway, yeah, been a while since I heard the song, but so anyway, so predestination. Are we destined to do these things? And I would say that there, for me, being the hermit and whatever, yes. Like I said, I tried my best to ignore it and decline the invitation, but I just kept running into all kind of barriers and stuff, and just life just really sucked in general. And then when I accepted it and said, "Okie doke," things went so much smoother. Even when it was bumpy and rocky, it was still smoother because I didn't get upset like I used to. I didn't panic like I may have done. I didn't go overboard when, overboard with words or emotions or whatever. And then there are times when I literally took a dive overboard. But so with that, those are the lessons of life if you're living them. So our people, there are some really smart people that I, went to school with, grew up with, kind of thing. And I look at some of these folks and their philosophies and whatever. And in a lot of ways, to me, I love them still, I do, but they're as dumb as a box of rocks. And they're like, talk about blinders. They don't even see much of what is right there. Horrible. Like, but you're intelligent people. How could you be that narrow minded when you smoked weed and hung out in as a hippie and now you're some kind of freaking something and that's something bad, blah, 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 blah. You hypocrite, you know. Well, I've learned better. Well, I've learned better too. Get better weed and don't smoke as much and take smaller hits and it'll last longer. Instead of smoking a joint and filling up the room, and wasting all that weed. No, I mean, anyway, there are certain things that you learn, and but there are those folks. I was talking to a friend by the other day, like smoking a big hooter. Now, there's nothing more fun than smoking a big hooter, but all the time, every time, it's like, no, I've gotten out of that. I got my pipe, I take a hit, and because anything that you don't absorb is just wasted into the room. Now, Duggar might get a little, contact high once in a while, like coming home in the truck yesterday, but but so there are some folks I absolutely believe because I've lived 69 and a quarter years. Oh, I love that joke. But and some of them are even older than I am and haven't learned just like simple, tiny little wisdoms. They, if anything, they just go off the other direction. So anyway, this gentleman, he's smoking this big old hooter. There's smoke all around him, and he's got this big giant lungful. And by the time he's gotten done with his turn, half of the joint's gone, right? And I looked at him, I just smiling, because he's blowing it all my way, and I'm just breathing in this huge gray clouds of smoke, and I'm just kind of living in the moment with all the cloud all around me, kind of thing. And I was like, he's like, "You want to hit?" And I was like, "I don't know if I need to. You just blowed enough secondhand smoke my way that I just sit here and I was having a great old time." I did take a hit, but that's not my point. And he was like, well, there are sometimes that, I know it's good to weed, but I just don't really get a high. I said, do you have any idea the amount of smoke that you just exhaled? And for the size of your lungs and the membranes, you only got 1% of all that smoke. What? Well, no, you think pulling more smoke in is going to get you higher. It don't, because your body can only absorb so much, right? Trying to get this across to people. No, I got to take bigger hits. Okie dokie. You keep going. Have a good time. I love you. But then and I know this is a silly analogy, but in life, there are those of us who get it because of our life experience. And we go, no, I just, some folks that do little dabs and they just do the one hitters. Those people have gotten it. They don't need to smoke a big hooter with a, a Cheech and Chong kind of thing in order to, quote, get high, right? So but I want to get high. Da dum da 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 da. And, I got high. And anyway, that song is played in the background in my head. I've got, I've got dancing music going on. But anyway, but in life, I mean, that is just a weed example, okay? And those of us who've been around long enough, like 69 and a quarter years, that, we have experienced different things. And, it's not about moderation. It is, but it's moderation because, well, why don't you smoke as much as you did, Mr. Dave? Well, because I smoke, it's better weed than that old Mexican shit we used to get back then. Number one, it costs more. Number two, and you're not as willing to like just smoke a great big old hooter because there goes everything up in smoke, right? Oh, sick 'em. Who's there? I'll get them if you don't. Anybody in the? Let's see. If am I quicker than somebody else? Report. They're gone. My dogs like to come around when I smoke and sleep all day. Yeah, 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 Ruth Ann. The friend of my dog over there that was named a Tramp, and my dear friend Serge, who passed away last year. We used to work out around the barns, and I've talked about this. And Tramp would come up and he would want to share with you, and he'd scratch you. He'd come up and like hit you on the leg with his paw, and he'd sit there and he'd look up and we'd know because he'd be like, "Come on, man, let's go smoke one." So that one night we were getting ready for Halloween, and I'm down in the theater for the puppets, and Serge is back up the couple of barns back towards the house, setting up his spooky lab and stuff. And Tramp comes up and hits me up, and I go, okay, and you share a couple of hits with him, and he runs off, and 20 minutes later he comes back in, scratch, 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 and he runs off again. And so this happens like 3 or 4 times. And then finally, it was about time for Serge and I to come in, and he came into things, sat down. You want to have a bowl? And I said, well, I don't know. I said, I'm kind of stoned because Tramp's been coming in here every few minutes and hitting me up on the leg, and I kind of been taking a break with him. And he goes, well, he's been doing the same damn thing with me. Like what? So he would come in, bug me. I'd hit the bowl a couple of times. Then he'd run down to the other barn, hit Serge up. So we looked back at the back of the barn where there was an old couch, and Tramp is just, he very rarely slept on his back. He was on his back with his legs spread out, just passed out, tongue hanging out. That dog was stoneder than hell. And he'd been playing out the two of us. But anyway, yeah. We used to have I had a cat way back in the day that, if he knew before you lit it, he knew it. You didn't have to. We used to do this thing. Uh, we called him DH, dope head, right? If you thought about lighting a bowl, we'd look at each other and he'd be over asleep on the couch or something, or and we'd look at each other and kind of give the, like get the lighter and go like this, and smoke one and nod, never say a word, and you get everything ready and you'd have the pipe or the joint or whatever, and you'd hit that lighter and take a good toke, and wherever that cat was, he was there. Wherever he had been, he was now there around you. And funniest damn thing, and we just called him DH, for dope head. And he got into some mushrooms one time, and it cricked his neck to where he had his head literally, as he walked, his head was walked to one side and cocked like this. So if he wanted to look around, he had to turn his whole body. It was creepy. But he got into went out in the field, okay, where I'd been picking. He used to follow me around back in the day, and so he was outside one night. We couldn't call him in. We normally came in, 9, 10-ish kind of thing. And we didn't have a litter box, so we just always let him out. But so he didn't come in that night. And then, like, I don't know, he didn't come in his normal time, I'll say. But about, 10 or 11, 12 o'clock, something like that, watching the news or whatever, I hear this, like, mew. And out there on the top step is DH, right? And he's like, mew, and his head's cocked sideways and his eyes are this freaking big around. And it was like, mew, 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 mew. Okay. So I'm like, all right. And I could tell that he'd been like doing mushrooms. It just because he smelled like mushrooms. Okay. And I was like, DH, what did you get into? Because he used to like get around my legs and like nip at him. I'm like, no, I just bop him on the nose. Go, no, you really don't want to do that. But he was sick for days. And we thought he was just like out of it, but he was still breathing. This wild eyed look. And a couple days later, he was like, okie dokie. Chocolate Lab Steel Cannabis Muffins. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. But anyway, but see now, Duggar is not one. If I light something up, he'll go away. Now I've had critters, dogs, and other animals that you light it up, and they'll come from the other room to be around you. So what makes those animals different versus humans that are empathetic or who are just a-holes to the max, and they don't see anything wrong with their behavior? You probably know a few of them. Well, I could do this, and I don't, and you really should do better than that. Joanne, you should do better than that. And Jimmy, you should know better than that too. And the two of you as parents, you both should know better. And you should, well, okay, shut the up and get out of my face. But and they wear their pride, and they're probably a lot of times they're just wrong as hell. But it's their opinion and their mindset, and they know that they're right for whatever reason. And some of them get a clue later on in life, and some of them just keep going. They just still don't have a clue. So, but I would say that circumstances, okay. Now I say circumstances because when Bessie died, my Uncle Arnie's wife, because she really wasn't my mother, and she hated me and Lynn to a beyond belief. But to the point, um, oh, let me see if I can get to it before somebody else does. Report. Bada bing, bada boom. But oh, you got to it too? Ah, dang it. That's okay, Barry. Thank you. I reported him too. I hit the button. You must have hit it fast. Um, but anyway, so this idea that somehow one is better than another. And I want to remind everybody that even there are similar statements in the Bible. Okay, but Native Americans and the shaman thing is that in the end, all things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. All things are equal in the eyes of the Creator. Period. You may think you should be the president and whatever, but you're just as equal as you and me in the eyes of the Creator. So no matter what you're doing now, no matter what you're flapping about, no matter how much money you got, when you pass on, none of that is, has any value at all. Now, what's going to be asked of you as, the tortoise and the hare, when the question may come to you in the afterlife and they say, so, well, you got here really quick and stuff, but what did you see along the way? Well, sort of like what I was talking about, we've been discussing in that when you go outside in nature, do you see it? Oh, it look, or do you feel the nature? Well, I can take a deep breath, but do you really feel it? I mean, there is, and I'm telling you, there's a difference because years ago, and I've talked about this, where I was like, I get it. Oh, the energy and oh, the plants and the animals. But then I started slowing that picture down. And now I notice tiny little spiders hidden under a plant over in the corner that I was like, I would have never noticed before. So our awareness of things, I was still in touch with nature, but not to the not to the degree and the level at which I feel myself at now. I'm criticizing myself like, man, you used to think you knew what it was about. And now I'm like, I still, having thought about it back then, I'm really more aware now. But you know what? I've learned enough to say, but am I really still being in touch? There's still, I feel that there is even more to learn about the feeling of nature and the smelling of the trees and literally feeling the aura of the plants and the trees around you. And not every time I go in the woods does that occur. But when I go in the woods, I kind of sort of want that. I'm already geared that way. Where other people have to like almost meditate on it to get to feel that way. Yep. Me too, project. I mean, I noticed things that just other folks just would never see, I was talking about my shaman medicine man who was teaching me, who stayed here for quite a few months. And I was saying, do you see those little eyeballs over there? We were using our headlamps and stuff. He was like, no, not really. And I would stop and look and observe, right? What are those? And tiny little beady eyes at night in the woods. And, I said, those are spiders. Well, he's definitely afraid of spiders. And so am I, kind of, sort of. As a kid, I was just mortified, terrified, and otherwise, would kill somebody if they got in my way from running. But then it was like, oh my God, all he could see were the spiders. So the woods disappeared, and then all of these literally thousands of pairs of eyes in the woods at night showed up, and that's all he could see. The woods would became scary from that point on, because he was of his terror of spiders. And I'm like, that wasn't the reason I pointed it out to you. You say you're observant of everything around you, but do you see that little pair of beady eyes down there under the leaf? That was my point. And no to that answer. And I guess for there, in a way, because we talked about it later on, I said, maybe you didn't want to see them because you're afraid of spiders. But anyway, um, there's probably more than two beady eyes. I'm north of New Orleans, not far from Baton Rouge. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Been there. Not recently, but have been there. I want to see fairies. Project, I think you've heard me. Well, you could go down on the strip and see them, but that's another story. Um, you've heard me talk about the water wisp things that I encountered while on the river early in the morning down on the Georgia Florida border on the Oclockney River. And those things were absolutely divine, you know. And I still hear them singing, I mean, I still hear them singing. There goes one. Sprites. Yeah, they called themselves because I kind of asked, and they were like, "We're not really fairies. We're water nymphs." That was what kept coming out, and they made all these little spinnings and dancings in the fog. I will literally never forget it. I want to go back too, but my truck and stuff, and I don't want to go in the summertime because oh my god, the skeeters. But hopefully within the next few days, I've got some more parts and my engine diagnostics thing, and now I just got to go out and play mechanic for a day or so. But hopefully, I'll get a chance to go riding around and going back to some of these places. But having been and taken pictures of some of these ferries and things down on the river, not only the Oclockney, but also on the Flint River where I used to go camping, and I want to go back. Um, I'm a year late with my dear friend Marcia passing, but and truck not working, but the pictures that I've taken there of orbs and of the fairies and stuff, oh, they exist. And um, when I would take my drum and or flute and play, burned sage and gave them honor before I took their pictures. There were all these other kind of different objects and stuff that came around. So, um, project, if you're talking about me in the stories, it is a story, but it is truth. I mean, I have tried my best when I talk about those things dancing and whirling in the fog, and I've been trying to like impart this picture in y'all's head somehow to where you could like literally see what I saw and experienced. I I don't think I've made it. I mean, you get an impression, but oh man, there's been some things in my life that were really profound, and that experience is like way up there on the list. Was a bug when I was out taking. It was not a bug. Yeah, it wasn't a bug. Ooh, the haunted phone. You're restless, Lord, and going stir crazy. Probably, Richard, it was a little fairy with wings, right? Because I've taken pictures of stuff like that, and I thought it was a moth that I captured. But in now with HD and everything, I being able to zoom in on it, it ain't no moth. It ain't a moth. It ain't a moth. You know, I've taken pictures of moths that show up in front of the camera when you do a flash. Ain't a moth. You know, because you can see through them. You know, but they're distinctly there. But anyway, so to swing back around to the predestiny, are we, is each one of us predestined to certain things? There are some folks who are predestined to be, they like to cook. Some folks like to hunt. Some folks like to sniff their finger all the time or whatever, you know, but to the point, there are those of us who have musical tendencies. Oh my God, he's got musical tendencies. Woo, you know. I don't want a pickle. I just want to ride on my motorcycle. Anyway, remember who sang that one? Uh, but so in our predestinations for me to be a hermit, live on the river, that kind of thing, I wasn't glued into any specific thing, right? Or any specific thing, depending on where you live. Specifics, you know, anyway. But so, and I have choices every day. My choice tonight was to gather around people now, sing around, you know, and have this little conversation. Tiny Tim, oh, tiptoe through the tulips, through the garden. That's where I'll be. Come tiptoe through the tulips with me. I can't hit that falsetto like I used to. Well, some would project, there are some folks who would, elementals are fairies. There are those who go, no, they're not. They're a different group. And okay. When I speak of elemental beings, I'm speaking of anything, you know, fairies, elves, this, water wisps, sprites, elementals, anything in that area, right? So, but there are folks who are like, no, fairies are in their own little. Okay, all right. Fairies aren't elementals. Elementals are all righty. Okay, I ain't gonna argue with you. But from my point of view and from my studies, if you talk about elementals, it's anything other than like human stuff in 3D, right? It can. There's even like a group for the ghost, right? So, it other folks have different opinions on it, and but that's what I understand, and that's what it means to me. If that frequency is with you, then okay. I don't have a girl other than my pug, Miley, and she's always on my lap. Ah, she's that lap dog. So you get lap dances all the time, nanny, nanny, boo, boo. Knows the thing was the size of a dragonfly, but it was not. Yeah, that's about the size of these things that I've taken photos of. Just saying. Skinny human body. Yep. I mean, you're in the UK, so maybe your fairies look different over there than the ones that are around here, but very similar to the photos that I've taken and what I seem to have seen at twilights and early light, you know, early morning kind of stuff, things buzzing around, and they ain't dragonflies. Always snuggle with milk. Nitty gritty dirt band. Yep. Arlo Guthrie with the motorcycle. Yep, absolutely. You got that one, Root Dan. I don't want to die. I just want to ride on my motorcycle. Anyway, yep. Very good. You win the prize for the day, whatever that might be. A wink and a nod. Hey, Max. So I'm going to wrap this up because I haven't had the rest of my dinner and it's getting kind of late. But I wanted to get on here earlier when other folks was able to get on instead of 2 or 3 or 5 in the morning. But there's a whole different group of folk that come on then. So, and I really don't mind it, but I really wanted to try to keep this under 5 hours. But the biggest thing about the predestined thing, so there there are sometimes it seems like the whole world is destined to go through something. And so our destiny in a lot of ways depends on the whole planet in a way, because there are stuff that we just absolutely cannot control. When they're flying the friendly skies with all them, you know, contrails. Barry and I both were looking out the window today and talking about it. And I said, I actually saw an airplane with an honest to God contrail. It disappeared behind the plane. It was exactly like I remember growing up as a boy. None of this contrail that stays for a day in the sky. But to that, are we predestined to do a particular thing? It's up to you. Now, for me, yeah, the spirits and Mother Mary, but that's my life, right? So there are folks who seem to be having some kind of spiritual calling to them. But okay, that's a good thing, right? But does it mean that they have to be a hermit and a shaman and learn all these things? Or is it that on their red road, they understand to start to love all things? They start to experience nature in a different way. Old people seem to get nature differently than they did when they was 30 or 40. Okay, just saying. And then there are those old people that all they can do is stare at the sidewalk when they're walking and don't give a crap about nothing around. They still don't care, but they do like to be outside, which is an interesting twist, right? So, but are we all destined to do a particular thing? Our destiny depends on us. I could still change this, although they would literally kick my spirit ass. But that I still have the choice. I can say bye, y'all, bing, and I'm out of here, right? Don't say goodbye. Just say f off it. I'm not doing this no more. It right, and pound my fist. And so I have a choice. But then I could get my spiritual butt kicked forever and ever and ever. Oh man, personally, and I would miss you all as friends and hanging out. But I still have the choice. So my destiny still depends on my free will. Okay. And it still depends on your free will. So are we like oh, I've got to do it this way. And, because all hermits live like this and all people, oh, shut up and stop and evaluate your situation, because maybe you need to learn how to honestly be by yourself without being afraid or overly lonely or basket case, and you need to rely on your own personal inside thingy and be strong, and there's a big lesson in that for people who never experienced it. But do they have to go out into the desert, or like me, do they have to drag me to the river for 3 days, and and all this trauma and everything, just so, and you still have the choice. Now it may depend upon you as to how you accept that choice. If you're predestined to be a spiritual person, and I don't mean a shaman in training or anything like that, or you're going to be teaching classes tomorrow. That ain't what I mean. So some folks later in life pick up the Bible. That's they are being drawn, pulled, or otherwise something, and or maybe they secret. But to the point though, were they predestined to pick up the Bible at the age of 69 and a quarter? It's my age, but somebody else's, a friend of mine was born on the same date, so but he's a year younger. But anyway, same date, different year. But in that, for each year that goes by, though, um, are they more spiritually enlightened at all? I mean, at all. Or are they just reading the same Bible over and over again? They're going to church, going, Amen, and Hallelujah, yeah, and they come home, and oh yeah, service was great, but was it? Have they? Do they even feel even slightly better than last year in their spiritualness? Just a just a bit, or have they backed up and go, well, you know, this spiritual it's really get fucking boring. I don't want to talk about it. No. Then there's that, right? And then there are some folks who just get really quiet, like my granny did in her later years. I've talked about her and her passing. Oh my God, she just went right on up there, climbing a ladder to go see her husband, and and was happy about it, and apologized because she had to leave this plane to go be with Fred, her husband, and promised me, please don't tell your mom and dad, because I saw her going into, going up. She was like, don't tell anybody. I was like, it's okay, Granny. So, but then there are those folks who just were like my adopted mother, Bessie. She was dark. There was nothing there. There was no light around her, no nothing. It was horrible. It was like she was being eaten by demons. It was really bad. And so after all this time and learning and stuff, Grandma Raleigh still is shining to me. And Bessie, her energy or whatever was around that, I kind of thought that maybe over time, just kind of let it be. I don't have any. It's 11 p.m. here Eastern Standard Time, down here in Southwest Georgia, near Moultrie, Georgia, Meigs, Georgia, Pelham, near Camilla, and also a few other places like Ocklackney, and Coolidge. Actually, it's Coolidge, but and it's getting to the point in some places. I hate to say it, but it's like Mexico down here. I mean, what? And I took Spanish in high school and have been around other folks that speak Spanish and so forth, Mexican, and which is not necessarily Spanish, but um, the idea though that there are places where it's like I went to the bank and it's a Spanish, teller, Mexican, okay, not a problem, but she's like has to every person that walks in the bank while I was there yesterday or the other day that needs a question. Blah 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 blah. See, senor. Blah 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 blah. So here, wait, take care of my business. But she's the Mexican interpreter, right? And so everybody, hey, see, senor. Okay. They should have two lines: English, Spanish. Just you know and I seem to have been in the Spanish line, that everybody that needed interpretation from a Mexican person, I'm not trying to be rude, honestly, because I don't really care, but they should learn how to speak English. I'm sorry, you're going to be here, learn how to speak English. Oh, but if I'm speaking to another Mexican, it doesn't matter, and we don't want you to hear what we're talking about anyway. But anyway, when they interrupt us English speaking people that were born here, lived here, raised here, for somebody that's just arrived or been visiting, um, like push aside the locals because this person speaks Spanish. I just hang on, Mister. Hang on, sir. I have to interpret for them. Finish my business. Then you can go interpret all you want to. I've been standing in line. I was waiting. My turn, do believe there's CGI on YouTube, Miss. I've got pictures of some. I will try to upload them. I uploaded some of mine onto Facebook years ago, and I just don't go to Facebook anymore. And I used to do shows way back when I shared videos of the different entities and stuff that I've been around and taken pictures of. Right. I agree with you, Richard. But I mean, here's the deal though. They don't even make the attempt. I mean, it's just like, because a lot of them honestly can't speak a lick of English. They really can't. Having been around the Mexican community for many years around here, back a few years, but still, and seeing the influx of folks that it would come for a few months and then go back to Mexico. And I've talked about this. The one of my friends that I worked with, he went back and the coyote left him in a certain part of the desert, and it was so hot that summer when it came through, his tennis shoes melted to the bottoms of his feet, and he had to walk on the edges of his feet, and on his heels. It was horrible to see his feet. And I was like, why do you go through this, dude? And he goes, well, I live in Mexico, my home, my family, and I come up here to work and do, which he worked his ass off as an assistant manager at the local Mexican restaurant. And he spoke a fair amount of English. And he was teaching me Spanish, and I was Mexican, and he was learning English with me. So we would have conversations when I was there at the bar and think whatever. And so it was a benefit to both of us to have these conversations. And I would go, "What do you mean? Say it again, because there. This guy's saying that word, and this lady over here is saying the same word, even in English. People don't. Um, how y'all doing? People can interpret that, but if you're Chinese and how y'all doing don't sound like English, you know what I mean? It sounds like a sure not third world country. Well, we down here in the South kind of sort of are, but anyway, but so are we predestined to stay the way we are and be a Humpty Dumpty that squirts on the wall, or the mean stepsister or stepbrother, or unwilling to change? Well, that's just this is the way I am, so just put up with it, right? Well, I'm a little sloppy at times and things too, but I really didn't used to be that way, and I would kind of sort of like to at least get some of that back. So, but there are folks who just give up. Well, I'm 69 and a quarter years old. I can do what I damn well please. Okay, but should you? So maybe you're picking a destination that ain't your predestination to live a life and do something, but at the end of that quote predestination period, what you do with your destination, your home planet, your home base, or where you really kind of sort of want to go, not just a path that you're kind of sort of going down and looking around. But I mean, when you get to be my age at 69 and a quarter, that things become a little bit more, well, wait a minute, no, I mean, I really I don't want to go over here because it's a waste of my time. I can look at it, it's nice looking out the window, but I really, my heart, my destiny, I feel like I really want to go focus more in this direction. Well, yeah, I'm kind of running a little short on time. I mean, I don't feel like I'm going to die tomorrow, but I got fewer years ahead of me than I do behind me, because I'm 69 and a quarter years old, right? So, with that said, you go, well, wait. So at 79, 89. If I make it 89 or 90, that's 20 years. Well, it's going fast. Here goes another year already, right? So I ain't worried about it. That's not my point. But rather than spend your destiny, your predestination, or whatever you might perceive it to be, you can alter the end of the line, which could still coincide with your destination. Like for me, being the shaman thing and learning, I was learning it for myself. I had no intention of starting a YouTube video and sharing this and whatever. I mean, the odd person that I met or, would come out and do a drum with me or would go camping or something like that. But as far as doing a YouTube video and having all you wonderful people as subscribers and friends of mine and so forth, not anywhere in my, in this social experience that was this on my agenda. But as part of my destiny, as far as my own conversations with Sister Helene and Mother Mary and the shamans and spirits and yeah, this is kind of sort of where I'm supposed to be. But I'm still learning, right? There's still other things to consider. And there are other levels of this that just 2 months ago have, there's been a slightly different awareness on my part and how much you all really mean to me, not just of subs or wow, there's 16 people here, or, it's not about the numbers, is that y'all talk to one another, y'all relate to one another, and this social experience of everyone, the league of like minded beings, right? It's like, here we go. So, what's the destination? I just, my hope and what I continue to work on is basically the same plan to just see what might be those stumbling blocks in our lives. And trust me, they're going to be throwing some boulders at us. Uh, Take a little bit of a nap. Susie Q. Yeah, I'm fixing to get out of here too. I used to see them in them. Yep, 11 minutes. I'm gonna make it 2 hours official, then I'm out of here. Might come back on later on, but for now, this needs to be the one. But anyway, so the predestination thing. So, what are you predestined to do? I don't have a clue. You know, there are folks that I've chatted with and talked to on the phone, and what about this or that? And I go, well, my answer is, what do you feel most strongly about? Well, maybe I don't. Well, do you want to learn more about it? Well, yeah. Well, okay. So there are folks out there who don't have a clue about medicinal plants, like my sister who sent me 2 books at Christmas time. She don't have a clue, but she does know about some plants. She likes to garden. She likes flowers around the house and in her trailer, right? So about the medicinal point, which she always mispronounces, and both of us laugh every time. She's a hoot. But that she's now, because of interacting with me when we went to Ohio for our vacation, she now, it's at least it's in her head. She saw a couple of books on it and said, I'm gonna send these today for Christmas, which she did, and I appreciate. But that she would have never thought in that direction before because she wasn't necessarily predestined to hear it. Okay, because I'm a creepy old man and all this kind of stuff and brought it up. Now it's at least in her hair, in her hair. I don't know where I got that, but I mean in her hearing. At least it's in her realm. Well, medicinal plants. Well, yeah, my brother, he studies that and he talks about different plants and how they can cure you and how the old timers. So she may not have a particular interest in it, but until this summer, she didn't really have a clue of any of it. So now, was it my destiny to kind of like impart this on her? Was it our destiny, the two of us, to go meet our other brothers and sisters? In a way, we think yes. But during that destination of meeting the rest of our siblings, was she going to learn about medicinal plants and their value? And me talk about it all the time. I go, "Ooh, there, look, there goes one," on the interstate. And observations that I was making, because what else are we doing driving down the highway? Other than being a little stoned, but To that point, we got how many minutes left? 5. So, my friends, in this predestination of things, if you're a book, a booker, a baker, a candlestick maker, or whatever, and that is what you really like in your propensity, it doesn't mean that that's all you have to do. Along the way, you can learn about spiritualism and still bake cakes or still be, a hot dog eating contest or whatever it might be in life. So you can still pursue whatever it is that, and you can still pursue your spiritual journey. You don't have to give up life to be spiritual unless maybe you're somebody that is shooting porn or something and there's that moral issue of whether or not you should be doing it or whatever. But, general instances in life, people are like, well, you're still on that spiritual journey. You can still be a shaman in training, but not go to so extremes that you got to sell your house and move into the woods and live in a shack kind of thing. But you might want to go to the woods and stay in a shack for a day or two, or or go camping or something, or go there physically, go out into nature. But it doesn't mean that that you got to throw everything away and that's you. Has to be your end. You have to be uncomfortable. You have to no. But in order to really understand it, you might have to go experience it. Like go stand in the rain without a raincoat or an umbrella. Don't be silly in the middle of a thunderstorm, but go out in the rain and just stand. Well, why would I do that? Because when's the last time you did it? Well, it's raining. You get out and you run to the house because you're going to get wet. You might melt. So maybe you should just go, it's raining. And if you don't have anything perishable on you, that you just walk to the house like you would if it was sunny and nice outside. Well, what do you mean? Well, that's where you cross the line out of the norm and you're following you've taken a slightly different path to experience something different. In the shaman world, that's how you learn. You experience something a little different than what everybody else is trying. And it doesn't mean you're trying to outdo somebody or that but you're like, I wonder what would happen if I turn left right here. That's on the way to the house. I think I'll turn left. And next thing there was an earthquake and the street you just turned off of, got swallowed, to the center of the earth and a dragon came out and ate everybody. And you were saved because you decided to just turn left, right? Or right. Godzilla didn't see you because you was on another street. So what's this got to do with it? You changed your destiny. What may have even in my tiny little brain might have thought, well, I just wasn't destined to do that. I wasn't destined during that Christmas time, them 15 years ago kind of thing or so, when on the way home we saved that man from burning up in his truck. And we didn't save his leg, but we saved his life. And nowhere near that I ever thought that I'd be holding somebody's bloody stump and saving them, in the middle of the road in the middle of the night on a lonely country highway, on a dark desert highway, but, kind of like that in a very surreal situation. Never dreamed that would have been in my cards of destiny, but we were there. It happened. But, now it's like, so do I know what's going to happen tomorrow, the next day, or whatever? Not a clue. Am I going to stay within the destiny that I choose? I choose to continue to be a shaman in training. I continued to choose to learn more about spirituality, the connection, how this all works with different people and conversation. Yep, and I think I got enough. Yeah, I'm good. Loaded for bear. 117. No, 1117. Oh my God, I'm so used to being on here in the middle of the night. It's only 1117. This is usually when I'm coming on, right, guys, gals, folks? But anyway, you should try new things. You never know. Absolutely. I agree with you 100%, David Castle, because the only way we can learn other things is to step out of our comfort zone. And I don't mean that, you go from paddling on a lake to going to class 5 rapids and going over waterfalls. Yeah, that's not what I'm recommended. But if you're afraid to even get in a boat or a kayak, I'm just using it as an example because, oh, people have tumped over and you're scared. So go take a class or go with other boaters and find out that it may be actually a lot of fun. You may not, I don't, not necessarily looking forward to heavy duty class 3 rapids. I've been through class 1, 2, and a few threes in my day. But in my old age and this and that, do I really want to do that? I don't know. But am I going to worry if I come up on a set of rapids? No. Now, we don't have those down here in Georgia, but there are those rushy situations that remind me of the rapids. I've been on the Nantahala and the Oconee and some other rivers up in the mountains over the years, and have rented kayaks and stuff, and went it and done the little floaty, done the big raft things and the humongous, rooster tails and everything. One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. One toke over the line. I was a rafting guide on a. Oh my God, Lady Court. That I love you, but I hate you because I've always wanted to be a river guide, but I never went to Colorado. But I wanted to be a river guide on the Buffalo River. But oh my God, I love you, I love you, I love you. But I envy you because I just wanted to go down it once. Never got that occasion, but I have been down the Oconee and some other rivers and everything. So I have experienced the big white water, but not like the Colorado, uh, but having done the short versions like on the Oconee and stuff, yeah, it gets pretty damn hairy. There's some big drops in elevation, and them waves get really nasty. Oh, I believe you, but oh, if you showed me the pictures, it would just make me like, oh man, you used to do that for a living. Oh my God, you know. But I love you, I do. Uh, Awareness, yeah. So for this coming year, or and years for me in this understanding. Oh, it's the 21 mark. We missed it. I was yakking. I've talked about this before, but I'm gonna bring it up again since there's a different set of folks in here. Hey, Julianne, Happy New Year, you cosmic huggers and all that good stuff. Um, before they made you wear helmets. Well, look, and with all the brain damage that I've had, people that go, well, I don't want to wear no stinking helmet. I do. Give me one. I'm sorry. Have been capsized, tumped over, and very easily can you get your cranium smacked. Put that helmet on and shut up. Well, that buzz is going to quick copy. Just coffee holic. Yeah, I had to go. I was a minute or two late, I think, because I was getting coffee. So, but anyway, what's coming up? I would say let us learn to expand our awareness in ways that we would not normally expect. Well, I'm going to learn more about, rabbit holes, or I'm going to learn more about something. Or maybe you just, for example, uh, uh, I'm yanking this out of my ear, okay? So maybe you've never grown a house plant. This I'm making this up, but here's a really good one. So you're horrible with houseplants. Okay, so get one. So maybe you get a cactus that doesn't require much, but that you get something that's out of your norm, a you know, so you have to water the thing, or but so your awareness would be, I'm not very good with house plants, but to increase my, this is an example, but I'm going to get a house plant and I'm going to become more aware, and I'm going to I know, get him, boy, because I was right behind you. I was fixing to do it. Are you talking to me, Barry, about the padded helmet? There are times when I've got bicycle helmets kind of thing, and not the sure enough, helmet, but even the bicycle type helmet, on the river is like, if I'm going to go on the Flint and the water's down and there are rapids and stuff, I'm going to wear the helmet. If it's up and lazy and I don't see no rocks, I could still capsize and fall in, but my incidence of head injury is a lot less when the water's up some. When it's really low and the rapids and everything, and you could get tossed about and knock your head. Helmet, absolutely. Don't be stupid. But anyway, back to the plant. So if male or female doesn't matter. You you caught it, brother. You're on top of it. And sometimes I see it and you erased it before I even get a chance to see it. And I'm the host of the show. Shouldn't I see it first? Anyway, as far as, you know, viewing it, or and never mind. So you get a plant, you get something that's not too hard to take care of, and you talk to the plant and you water the plant. Because if you've never had plants and are not very good at it, then that's an area you really need to work on. And don't start with a whole, garden and stuff. Start with a house plant, and work on it, and don't overwater it. Learn about moods and music, and literally watch the plant, have a conversation with it, to to telepathy talk to it, and see if you can see the plant move a leaf. What? Yep. I've had plants that I've talked to. I've talked with some other people, and plants will turn towards the sun. You know, um, Sunflowers. They turn their head all day long, and you can literally watch them turn. And so, if you talk to a plant, you can absolutely watch it grow, or it will move a part of its leaf or something, because it's alive and it is moving. It is growing. I've got a viney thing over by the door, and it has gotten around the corner and through the slats, and it started out as a leaf sticking out, and now there's a vine. After about a week, now there's a vine sticking out where it's growing over there by the door. It's like, there's another, and I have to move them around, and sometimes I have to clip them, but anyway, this thing literally grows all over the wall over there. it's it's neat, but it's a mess. So some people are like, you just let that thing go over there. Yeah, I got lizards that live over there and toads under the thing. It's its own little ecosystem over there. And I water it and I take care of it a little bit. But in my learning about plants, have a conversation with a tree, as I've talked about. But to really kind of hone your psyche and whatever, get a plant, talk to it once a day or so, whatever, put it near you, and actually see if when you talk to it, and the right vibrations and so forth, and ask it, and then you think it, because you don't necessarily, a lot of plants are psychic. I just got to say it like that. It's strange. But there are people who, well, I can talk, I ain't talking to my plants. Well, okay, I'll talk to it. But you say it's psychic? Yeah. Well, see, that's the lesson. When you can learn to sit down where you're not comfortable. And even if you like plants, you might not have gone to this like extra step, but then take one and talk to it, be friendly to it, and then watch it because one day it will wave at you. It'll move a leaf or the a tendril or something, and you'll literally see the thing grow. I mean, I've got wandering Jew that has gotten outrageous in my backyard because the cats knocked over a plant out back that had wandering Jew in it. I mean, it's all over my woods. And this stuff is so quick. I mean, within a couple of days, it will regrow where I have pulled up a pile of it. And within a couple of days, it has filled in the spot that I just pulled up. This stuff, you can literally watch it grow. So you want to become more aware of things. You want to like change your destiny on a spiritual level when you actually see the plant growing. Now, depending on who you are, your brain just goes, "What? What did I?" And then you can kind of sort of communicate with you. And then you kind of like, "Oh, holy crap." So, one plant, one thing, be nice, lovely, how are you today, kind of thing. If you want to have conversations, but acknowledge that it exists. And, to some people, it's like, well, I don't know what to say to it. So whatever comes to mind, was it sunny enough for you? How's your water doing? You feeling okay today? Well, good to see you. Glad you're looking so good and chipper today. So, and if maybe the leaves are a little, withered, well, hey, my baby, what's wrong? Your leaves are withered. Do you need a little water? And check the ground. And if it's still damp, maybe it's had too much water, or maybe there's something else. And so you say, well, plant, well, tell me what's wrong. Let me know what's wrong. Maybe, do you need, is there something that you need? Or maybe you overdid it with something. Like, here's something. I've got all these plants over there in the window, down over here. There's one right behind me over here. I mean, like right over there. I haven't put any fertilizer, added any dirt or anything to any of these plants in 6 or 7 years. Nothing but my homespun water that does have clay in it and minerals and stuff, but nothing else. I haven't added any worm food or any. I used to add a little bit of, Miracle Grow kind of thing, to the water and all that kind of stuff. And these last couple of years, I was like, well, when's the last time I fertilized? I don't know. Well, this vine over here is growing up over the TV and out into the, it's literally there's this much sticking when on the inside of the door now that wasn't there 2 weeks ago, and all I've done is water it. So it seems to like doesn't need all these extra special care. But in talking to it, and it be it in the house, and there's crystals around it, and my general upbeat craziness, but there are vines over there. There's something over there that's growing. This plant behind me over here is begging me to water it. And I noticed there's a little green shoot on the end of this. Let's see. Let me see. Let me turn this. You see this in my hand? This little bit of thing under here, under the lamp. Anyway, there's green shoots right there. Oops. There's green shoots right there at the end of my finger right there. And he just hangs out here and it's begging me, Dave, please water me. Which I will. I got the thing in there and shame on me. I'm talking about and still haven't done it yet. But so when you feel guilty for not listening to your plants, uh, cannabis, yeah. So, but for there are folks who like, well, I want to get in touch with nature, but I can't get out. Start with a plant. start with a small house plant or something, and that you'd be surprised if you try. Now, I ain't saying any of y'all, but those folks who might wander in and go, well, I don't know, I've never really thought of this. Well, then that's your chore for this year. That's your lesson for this year. Well, what do you mean? Well, you're here because you want to learn more about expanding your mind and your spirit and your journey and everything. Have you ever talked to a plant? No. You ever tried? No. Well, I think it's stupid. Well, there you go. So, number one, you got to stop thinking it's stupid. You got to think more of in terms of, okay, what kind of plant would I choose? Is there something, do I like flowers or this or that or whatever? Um, Zap. But for those folks that, well, I don't know, it's too much trouble. Well, then there you go. If it's too much trouble for you to get a small house plant and to learn about this, and it's a really cool lesson. Even like I still have plants around, but like this one over here, there have been times when one of those little, it's got all long spindly arms, and it's like it's moving, and there ain't nothing around to move it. There's another limb that's still attached, but that one's moving, and none of the others are. And there are other, like watching the tendrils grow on the end of certain plants and vine types. Amazing. You turn around and go, wait, that vine was like this big and now it's this big. And you come home the next day and it's like twice as long. And like these over here. And, but this idea that it takes a lot of care. Sometimes I don't know how some of these plants have survived me because I don't water on a regular basis, and how they have survived and are still here. They just love me, I guess. I mean, I'm being facetious in a way, but it's like I still love them, but they know, and there are sometimes it was like over when I got back from vacation. I was sick for several days, and they hadn't had a good drink since before I left. And then it was one day after I got back and I was feeling better, but it was like week 3. And all the plants in the house were like, water us. It was like this one over here. I did the water me. Hey, and I walk over there and I said, "You water us." It just, and finally I was like, okay, and I went around and watered everybody. And it was like this great big, and they quit hollering at me. But the thing is that, but for those folks who won't even allow themselves that the possibility exists, but for those of us who've been around plants and things, when I was growing marijuana in my old bus all them years ago, but no, I don't grow it now. Please don't come looking because I'm too paranoid to turn on a light anymore, let alone have a plant. But if it was legal, I'd be doing it again. Um, but this idea, though, that it's just absurd and you can't do it. Well, I'd go out and sit in amongst all my little marijuana plants, in the bus, and chat with them and talk and get happy and oh look how big you've grown today, and oh, make that bud, oh, that's a beautiful bud, you just go right on, girl. And I'd go over to this one, I'd be pruning and this and then watering and checking for bugs or whatever, and oh, look how good you are. Oh, and ain't you pretty and growing up big and tall, but mean it, not just spouting it off, but mean it. And our plants were, we did extremely well for what we did back in the day, where other people were like, but anyway. So, and without all this hydroponic stuff, I mean, they were just in pots, in buckets, and I watered them personally, so, and talked to them and that kind of thing. But, when you got a 6-foot marijuana plant in a 5.5-foot tall space and it's bent over and growing around the light and stuff, they're happy. You know what I mean? They're happy. So, but the experience of it and growing things and learning that, oh my God, these plants really do have feelings and they can interact with you. And They can be moody, and you can be moody and change their mood. I mean, you know, so in the spiritual level, if you go that journey with a simple plant, it can teach you a lot, a lot, especially if you allow it, allow the wisdom and the knowledge, you know, allow the creator and the angels and your spirit guide to say, hey, look, have the faith to chat with this little plant over there. It's a little rhododendron, and he's kind of quiet, but he will, you know, he really will have yes, really in a bus, an old 19, about a 56 model Chevy bus. And a friend of mine, we was looking at the hood and everything, he said, "Has it got a motor in it?" And I said, "Nah, we took that out," and blah blah blah. Walked around, had to fight through the bushes and the brambles to get to it, but no, the motor's still in it. It's a six-cylinder, and not much of the transmission, I don't think, but no, there's a six-cylinder motor still in the damn thing. I was like, oh my God, I thought we took that thing out. So no, it ain't drivable, but it still does have the wheels. No drivetrain or anything, but it still does have, dual wheels on the back, and the doors are gone, and but it still, keeps out the rain of some stuff. And I'm trying to get the bus. I had all my puppet stuff in the bus at one time because that was the only place I had to store it, and because it was too much to get in my house, and that's why it's up in the trailer that's falling apart. I need to get it out of there, and at the bus I can coat with tar and seal the whole damn thing, to where it's impervious to water, and because I ain't moving the bus, so I might as well use it. And my original use for it way back in the day was to put my puppet stuff in it, along with growing weed. But there was room for both. But I had my a workshop in there and a workbench, and where I built the puppets and painted and did odds and ends and creative stuff like that. And it was also storage space for me to put the cases, and if I needed to work on a puppet I could hang it up and work on it right there, and it wouldn't be in the house, it wasn't in the way. But and also at the time I had a door I could close, and it was pretty much, a bad storm it might leak around the door, but that so over the years, it has gotten out of sight, out of mind, and growed up with so much stuff, and me and my brain and other instances. But I'm heading back that way because, man, I've been cleaning up. I've finally got to where I can get to the back of the bus now, and to clean it out of the stuff that got thrown in there and whatever. And so I'm reclaiming the bus as my work area to get this stuff out of here in my house, so I can, when I finish the porch and I want to move the kitchen, all the stuff that's down here used to be in the bus. So, you know, but I'm working on all these things. I'm just saying, but in this transition. So, but anyway, so future things. My destiny is to reclaim the bus. My destiny is at some point to reclaim some of these puppets, and I really want to do some on video, and then possibly convert some of the video into like cartoon character kind of thing, and then do animation with the puppets and the stories that I've done over the years, and the stories that have been in my head that, but nowhere to perform them, right? So my next thought was have the puppets, but also use the puppets sort of like the Muppets, and do an animated series of the Boneheads. And Jim Henson and I were both born on September 24th, different years, but the same date, which I always found interesting, and didn't find out way later after I was already doing puppets, having nothing to do with Jim Henson. But even as a child, I did puppets in Troy, Ohio, out the basement window, standing on, Bessie's washing machine. Told you all about that, getting in trouble and everything. Somehow I conned the kids to bring me a nickel, and I would do the show. Then I got my ass whooped, and I had to take the nickel back and apologize to all the parents of the kids because they thought that they had stolen the nickels. It was crazy. But anyway, I was a puppeteer at 5, 6 years old. You know, I was doing stuff like that and antics. And so that and being a hermit has been like they're part of my personality. So, but which both was squashed and quashed and not allowed to be seen or heard over the years. And you know, that takes a toll on anybody versus having, you know, a person with, you know, my crazy talents as a puppeteer to be encouraged to do them rather than be slapped and told it's stupid and all that. So, and Destiny, when Bessie died, and me and my pops, when Arnie and I had a chance, I was doing a lot of theater back then, and he would drive up and see a show. He'd have free tickets, you know, everything was taken care of unless he wanted something personal. But he came to the cast parties. He sat around and played poker with us. He was invited right into the whole group. Hey Arnie, good to see you, you know. And so where that would not have happened when Bessie was alive because she thought me being in theater and everything was just a waste of time and stupid. When she died and he was single and came up, there were many years, whether I was in the show or not. I was Pop, we got a show, come on up. You know, everybody wants to play poker with you, which was true. They'd say, hey man, is your Pops coming up for the show? Because we do 4 shows a year. And, you know, anyway. So when he was, as long as he was able, he would always come drive up from Date City and come to see the show. We'd sit around and smoke cigars, and people would, you know, pass the pipe past him and blow smoke in his face. He got stoned before he died, but his destiny was changed uh, because he chose to. Where now there were the instance with Bessie as a Catholic, and he made a promise, and he never stepped out on her or anything like that. So, but when she was gone, his destiny changed, his end destiny. He was destined to meet her, be married, do that. But when she was out of the picture, then his destiny became his own destiny, you know, to finish out his years. So, I mean, you know, I loved it. I got to know a whole different side of my pops after she was gone and out of the picture, and how much we found out she really hated me and Lynn, and how much he fought to keep us, you know, and all this, and just and the love in his heart that he really couldn't show because it pissed his wife off. What? I mean, all these revelations and things, you know, so his destiny was to be the kind hearted man he was. His destiny was to be a meat cutter and a good person. His destiny was in later on life to join the carnival, for God's sakes. And his destiny after that was to hang around with a bunch of fun loving, hard working people in all different kinds of, you know, that were lawyers and workers and plumbers and electricians and artists and all different kinds of people in the theater group. And so it wasn't like it was just a bunch of, you know, doody doody, you afraid. No, no, these were down home, you know, South Georgia country folk, and some of them had been transplanted, but all good peoples, right? And so come on up, hang out with us, be part of the group. And he was accepted in his, you know, after being 60 something years old, part of a group of youngins and treated as part of the group. So he changed his own destiny in the later part of his years, but he still maintained his still personal destiny. He was still a nice guy. He got along with everybody. And if we were all smoking a joint and passed it around, he didn't get up to leave and he didn't say anything. He just let everybody smoke and here, Arnie, and he'd grab it and pass it to the next person. That was Pops. They all loved him. They all respected him. And it wasn't until after, uh, oh, I would love to have a powwow here. Can I ask y'all prepare for my friend? He's going through some mental turmoil and I don't know what to do to help him. Uh, yeah, you can dance around the fire. Chloe, um, yeah, I'm here. It's y'all got to get here, but yeah. And as long as it ain't just sure enough, straight pouring down rain. Um, Chloe, manic, up behavior, being kind of schizoid or depressed and down and low. Okay, Chloe, here's the thing. Take your emotions out of the deal. You absolutely, for whatever reason, you absolutely have to be the observer. Which one is the more dominant of the both? One's being a little bit more trickier than the other one. Okay. Now, being hyper and, for example, don't know what to do, and oh my God, how's this going to turn out? And holy crap. Okay, here's the thing. Um, yeah, that's one way. Yeah. But sometimes but it doesn't help. One of these days I'm going to do a show strictly on mental health and things that I've learned and people that I know that we've learned, and many of us ain't taking none of that stuff anymore. So you should look, is he taking any medications? Because that could very well be causing his issues. When I stopped taking certain medications, my depressive, I want to kill myself, went away. Okay. So you have to deal with that first. Because if you can reach the person, if that is anywhere near, he's not on any meds, but that's one avenue of being able to say, look, part of this ain't your fault. Okay. Now to the next point about depression is that what is your main topic? I don't want to live anymore. Okay, but why? And it's he stopped because meds made it worse. Well, I'd agree. So, but there are things that he can take naturally to not be depressed. Has he tried St. John's wort, for example? That is an uplifting, make you feel better. Has he tried like peppermint tea or certain things that will stimulate the senses? Very simple things that can help swing a mood. Um, but and I say this because it was the technique that me and my therapist designed for my therapy. Okay, we tackle one thing at a time. So, but the thing would be, well, I just don't want to live anymore. Well, why? Well, I just don't. But I'm, and the thing is, you can't. You ask them very kindly. Listen, I absolutely wish to help you, so I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and understand right now, I'm not trying to attack you or invade your personal space. You have to answer the question for yourself. I'm asking these questions so you can narrow down what specifically might be the cause of why you want to die, why you refuse to want to live anymore, because that's how it was presented to me. And they were like, but why don't you want to live? Well, don't you like to go fishing? Yeah. Don't you like to go camping? Yeah. Well, if you die, you can't do any of those things anymore. But I feel so depressed. Well, okay, so calm down. But why? What is depressing you? Now at the time, it was in the 80s and Reagan, and jobs were scarce and the market took a hit and farmers were out of bit. It was the shits for some of us, and could not find a job for squat, and let alone even, which minimum wage was like 250 or $3 an hour or something like back then. It was horrible trying to live, and lived out of garbage cans and traded for stuff, and it was bad. Almost lost my property during that time. I mean, it just so. But anyway, so but whatever the situation, um, if they're whatever their age is, you say if they've had issues before, we're like, look, you've made it through other hard times. We just need to figure out, especially if you're trying to help, which obviously you might be, or that you would say, look, here's some simple advice, and use my name if you want to throw it down, either way. But I've had 30 years of therapy, and I ain't lying. And doing my own therapy, because in going to therapy, I might have been talking to Barry or somebody recently, and we were talking about other people, that there are folks who are going to psychiatrists and they try to express themselves to the psychiatrist, especially younger people, and that the psychiatrist is like, well, you have this mania. Well, you're bipolar, don't you? Well, yes, sir, but take this pill, and maybe if you can't control yourself, and if you can't get a hold of this, well, you should take control of the situation. But doc, I know you. And he, in his head, he's going, yes, but you're bipolar, and yes, I understand, and yes, you're having trouble. Here, take your meds and come see me next week or next month. They ain't giving you any solutions. They listen to your problem, and but well, now you're bipolar with psychotic tendencies. Okay. And they write it in a monthly report, because one month you might be something's really bothering you, and for whatever the reason you really can't get a hold of it. I've been through a bunch of them times back when. And so the desperation, and I mean, I had my little old Isuzu truck pointed at the bridge down here several times coming down the hill from Moultrie. Just all I got to do is just point it right at the end of that concrete bridge, and it's over. I'll go out the window and hit the bridge on the way down to the river, and that'll be it, and turn at the last minute and go, are you chicken? And my spirit guide would say later on, no, you were just fucking stupid. Excuse my language, but they were talking to me, trying to, like, no, you idiot. So, but now with this person, what you need to do, it is a daily battle. Absolutely. A good mindset, whether treatment will work. Here's the thing, Hawkeye, such was. Well, thank you, Richard. But for some days, sure worse than others. I absolutely, make sure you're available to talk. Yeah, and I mean this with all kindness to Chloe and whoever else has a person with issues. If you make the statement, I'm here for you anytime you need it, that means 3 a.m. Okay. And you need to be there, and not go, holy crap, he's calling me back. You can't, if you agree, then agree, because it's going to be tough. Because I've had people who were my backers, and I have become backers for other people. So I've been on both sides of that coin. You know what I mean? But don't say, look, I'm here for you. You know, And if it's really bad and you need to call me in the minute, you can kind of specify when you're available or if they know you enough. But the thing is that it sounds like you may have already made the commitment. And this is to anybody, okay? Not just to you, Chloe, but if somebody is asking for your help and you say, I'm here for you, buddy, anytime, you just made an anytime commitment. So don't be a liar and make sure you just don't blurt it out as part of the thing, because the individual who needs support is listening to anytime you need me. Any What you do is you say, if you need something, let me know, versus I'm here for you anytime. I'm just saying, if you can't be there all the time, anytime, then rephrase your statement. So you're still available. Let me know if you need something versus call me anytime. Okay. You can let me know. And they might say, well, I don't know, I'm feeling kind of bad tonight. And they call you up or send you a text at 5 in the afternoon. And you go, and the text might say, would you be around later on? Because you've said, if you need me, let me know. So if the person has these feelings that, of anxiety, if they know ahead of time versus if you need me, let me know. So if a person can anticipate, I might need to be talking to you later. What you do, they might text you what you're doing later. So they're already anticipating what they may be feeling. But if you give them a blunt answer like, then if it gets bad, call me, or you don't have to call me. That means as a last resort, call me. So it means their anxiety or whatever can build and become so whatever that even I'm thinking about myself too, that I could feel that I was becoming anxious, but I was afraid to say anything. When if I had said something to somebody earlier, just, hey, you're going to be around later. Yeah. And maybe later on, you don't call them, but they call you and go, was there something that you needed? And all of a sudden you go, no, you know what? I'm so glad you called. And I was starting to feel a little down, but, I decided. And so somehow the depression gets changed by mixing that up a little bit. So, but the other person, you have to help them kind of make sure they understand this. Listen, if you start to feel a little bit down, don't wait until you're in a full depression to call me. Call me ahead of time if you're feeling a little anxious or whatever. We don't have to talk long, or let's make a. I can be there for you. But one of the things the other thing is, well, find out by asking kindly, why do you feel depressed? Well, this upsets me. Okay. It's always the question why. Well, why do you feel that way? Well, I don't know. Why would you think you felt that way? Is there something in your past, or why would you come up with this conclusion, or why would you let this upset you, or just why? And it's not, well, anything's to blame, or maybe it's a something. Nah, you keep it every time, because there are layers. And if you keep it to questions formulated, whatever their answer is, and find something in there and go, well, I've always hated cats. And okay, silly thing, but okay. Um, um, well, why have you always hated cats? And you might say, are you, like, for example, are you allergic to them? Well, no, I had a cat scratch me when I was little, and I actually got cat scratch fever, and I'm afraid to pet them, and so I just, or it may be that they just don't like them. Period. Just don't know why. Don't care. But rather than try to tell them why they don't like them, let them find the answer for themselves, right, as to why they don't like them. Because if you peel away the onion to the layers, they will, no matter who it is, myself, other people, when you start peeling back them layers, well, why don't you like that? Well, I don't know. Why are you freaking asking me? Well, because see, you're upset right now and you shouldn't be, because I'm just asking you why you would get upset over certain things. Well, what the fuck are you asking me for? Uh, so the response can be, you don't want to face whatever it is, because the simple question is always, why do you feel that way? Very simply, without arguing, or certain things might require like, well, you know have you ever felt this way before, kind of, why would you feel this way, kind of. But it's not about what would you do in a situation or what did you do before. That comes later, after you peeled the onion away. When you get to the point when there are no more questions why, and they're staring at something going, oh, holy crap, I've kind of covered the why I'm really uh Richard, you're out of here. God bless you, Richard. Glad you could hang out. Oh, and you said basically the same thing too. Good night. Yeah, you too, Richard. Thank you so much. Keep up the good work. Honest to goodness. And blessings be upon everybody. And keep the faith and believe, 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 believe. But anyway, but back to this thing with peeling the onion. So as a friend, you can stay out of any of the, well, you should do this or something else, or now in your brain you may be thinking, well, this person's got this nasty ass girlfriend and she's been provoking him, and and so that could be a reason. Or there's some other reason that's physical or whatever, so, and you've not taken your medicine. So for example, Chloe, someone who's not taking their meds, you can make this statement, because a lot of people, even in my own close knit folks, people that I know, we all found out that we were going to the same mental health club. And we called it the mental health club for us because there was like, I don't know, there were like 16 or 17 of us that we knew each other through different ways. And you mean, her? Yeah. Well, my friend Randy? Well, yeah, I've met Randy before. And you know this person. Well, yeah, well, we know each other. Hi. And we'd all meet on basically the same names at mental health department to all pick up our meds. So it became a joke. But the thing is that those of us who have stopped going to mental health, who have stopped taking those meds, we've had chats. And do you feel better now? Yeah. Do you get upset like you used to? No. Or do you feel more in control? Yes. And it's like, do you miss going to mental health? No. I mean, and we all feel better no matter what spectrum, whatever we were diagnosed with. Those of us who aren't on any of those medications anymore, all of us feel better and are healthier for it. So that's one thing you can say, Chloe. There are many, many, many people, all walks of life, all over the United States and other parts of the world, who have issues after they stop taking the medication. It takes a couple of months for things to get stable. Oh, holy crap, I'm here for 3 hours now. See, I was going to keep it to two. But Chloe, this is important. And to anybody else that's dealing with folks in depression and so forth, but you use the information that's available to contact their brain. Yes, you're off your meds. It's okay. Lots of other people, me and a lot of people in this group and other folks too. I'm going to have I was talking to Barry about it this afternoon. I said, and I've been my spirit guides have kind of been pushing me in this direction to have a night of discussions about mental health issues and about what a lot of psychiatrists are selling, because they're all, you know, every psychiatrist I've ever met knew exactly what I was thinking, knew exactly how I felt, and knew exactly what I needed to do to straighten out my life, when they didn't have a fucking clue what my life was about. Not a clue. But they had dreamed it up in their own head, what their vision of me, by whatever it was they're looking through their eyeballs, and that, somehow, so we need to have some frank discussions about many. I mean, I was in the mental health field as a patient for at least 30 years. Okay, 25, 30 years easy, in various ways, and this and that. And so this idea that, wait a minute, so you can honestly make them sit down and listen to make them listen to this part of this video, and say, look, I am I'm a survivor of the mental health field. And so is my friend Randy, and this person and that person. And there are people within our community who've survived it, Don't ever point out the problems, because you will become the problem. Yes, instead of crazy people are just that, crazy. Absolutely, Travis. And if you try to say, no, 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 you don't understand, I'm feeling this, then they go, ooh, this person's really getting kind of touchy. Calm down, a good topic to discuss for us all. Brain health. Yep. And not to count, I mean, I went to mental health because I had had some serious head concussions. I mean, knocked me out for like 3 months, 3 weeks, and was babbling and leaning left or right sometimes, listing as it were. And I just kind of keep going in that direction. It was really odd. But the fact that I have survived it all at 69 and a quarter years, had to keep that joke going. But what time is it? 12:09. It's top of the hour. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. It's actually the 6th. Wait, what the hell's the date? Looking down here. Oh, it's a 10. No, it's 12:10 a.m. It is the 6th. I was looking at the wrong line. Hey, Tracy. But so in having personal conversations with folks, I can just broadly tell you that 9.5 out of 10 folks who aren't on their meds anymore are doing better and have learned other ways to cope with their issues and have been able to, it's amazing. And it's basically because they want to. So, one of the things that you ask the person why do you feel this way? The main question is, and you don't, whoa, sick 'em. If you don't, I will. Uh, Good timing. You're welcome, Chloe. But to the point, though, so you say, what if they're a fisherman, a hunter, a golfer, whatever it is? Say, look, man, do you know how many football games you miss if you cash out now? You won't know the Super Bowl, who won the Super Bowl this year. And I mean, and you make it with the things that you like. Well, look what you will miss. Well, yeah, but I won't have to worry about that. Well, maybe if because people need to readjust, and I mean, 3 to 6 months it takes everybody. At a 3 month period without medicines, folks kind of reach a and then 6 months later, they all kind of get a It's interesting, but those 3 months ish, a little more, a little less for some folks, but also about the 6 month period after getting rid of their meds. And depending on how long certain people have taken certain meds, 1111. It's 12:12 at the moment as I look down at the clock, but missed all your all's ones. No, I didn't. I was here for the whole thing. But anyway, so the Chloe, and for anybody who's working with somebody, and we love for you to be here, Tracy. Be honest. You know, those folks that we don't really like to be here don't show up anymore just because. Anyway, and we didn't tell them to leave, they just don't come back. So that's interesting, except for these bots. And I will say this again, these bots that come in here, I feel so privileged. What? Who said that? I feel so privileged that the bots have gotten so low that they have picked on our chat. You know what I mean? Like, what? You picking on us over here when we've got quick draw, Barry over there, he's one of them Missouri from the Missouri breaks. Hey, Alex, how you doing? And cheers right back at you. And we fixing to do a 20. It's almost, ain't it? Let me put my glasses on. I can. Is that a 3 or an 8 or a 9? It's a 3. uh, some I can see the outlines of but like there's just enough non-clarity. Is that a 3, an 8, or is that it looks like a 9, but the curl, oh wait, no, that's a 3. Anyway, um there must be somebody sitting out there trying to pick on us. Thank you, Barry, but I've learned how to do it too. But I almost feel like it's a badge of honor that we're being picked on. I mean, just like like every one of them's going ching out of here. So whoever's putting them in ought to know that they ain't staying here but like 30 seconds or maybe a minute, between us. And cha-ching, you're out of here. So whoever it is must have absolutely nothing to can do to pick on us, but God love them. I I know it's a nuisance, but I've been finding it more humorous lately than a nuisance. Like, okay, all right, you want to pick on us? Really, seriously? Okay, come on. you know but anyway, thank you all. But in this mental health thing, honestly, and I've known 30-ish or more people that have been in some way in and out of the mental health something. My dear friend Marcia, all these years that never went to the health clinic, took a lot of Valium. I'm just here to tell you, if she didn't have her Valium when she needed them, God rest her, wherever she's flying around. But she had to have her Valium. And I mean, she would call me in the middle of the night because that's the kind of friends we were. That she could call me in the middle of the night and go, I'm Nancy, I can't stand it. Talk me down. You want to come over and play cards or something, Oh, which by the way, she's got my other card. Anyway, it's gone. But, oh, we all can. Hope you're doing well, Alex. What the point of the bots are. Oh, I haven't found yeah, me neither. And it's just that they're there and it's like, yeah, now that I've learned I can go over here and go, oops, bye. you know, Cheers. But I just find it interesting that all the years I've been on, that it's only been recently that they have shown up. Right, Tracy B, it makes zero sense. Like, how many honestly will click on the link for any reason? Girls, girls, girls. I'm sorry. All you got to do is type in the word POR and you're going to get a porn site because it's what the first 3 letters of porn is. And I mean, there are 8 and 9-year-old kids that know what Pornhub is because of anime, porn. And anyway, ain't going there. But to the point though, any bots anymore, unless it's on a particular like solar energy, recharge your phone battery. Okay, maybe. Girls, girls, girls in Thailand don't care. Um, Fast, easy way to charge your phone. Maybe, you know what I mean? So, but the types of stuff that are the bots, none of us want. If it was something like even 50-50, but none of these are like, nah. But anyway, that's interesting also. Like that the only thing any of us ever want is girls, 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 or sex, 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 or whatever. Now, there are a lot of people that are focused on that. But to the point, though, a lot of us are like, yeah, okay, it's there if I want to go watch porn, but I'd much rather do these other things that are a little bit more productive. And I'd rather do it with a real person, but, okay, it's there if I want it. I know. But anyway, to the mental health issue in peeling away the layers, you do so very carefully, and you can do it over the phone, but if this person knows you, and you can stay calm and not condescending, your voice must never sound condescending. Well, you don't give advice during these periods. You say, well, you can say simple things like, the more you focus on being depressed, the more depressed you will be. Period. And just leave it at that. And you can say it's a common known fact. The more you stress about anything, the more that thing will become stressful. It's just very simple, sort of like, Ben Franklin said it or something, without going into a lot of logic or prayer or Buddhism or whatever. But it is logical, it is true. The more you worry about something, the more that something worries you, period. So, what the help in helping someone out of a very depressed situation is um, then if it isn't why, then what got you to feeling this way? So maybe a person's been humming along for the last couple of days, a little on a, a little flaky, and all of a sudden, whatever happens, and they're on the downside. Maybe their sugar's low. Maybe they need to be taking, oh, that's a good one. Chloe, are you listening? Just wave your hand if you are. But I'm going to say this for everybody else too. There is a vitamin that if folks ain't taking, especially those folks with mental health issues, you should be taking L-lysine, L-lysine. And that if this person, it's a vitamin. You can get it at the dollar store. It might be $5 a bottle for 60 tablets or something. It's not very expensive. You can sometimes get it on sale. Um, it is the 20. It absolutely okay. Fire in a hole if you got them. And upon this prayer, my prayer when I light this bowl, and upon this smoke into the heavens, is that the person that Chloe needs help with will understand it and help receive it. And with kind words from Chloe, will get better. Because we don't want no suicides on our watch. Now, I have met some people that no matter how kind you were in trying to help them, they just thwarted, big word, thwarted, almost like farted, but they thwarted at every effort to being kind. Well, why should, first they agree to sit down and, well, I want help, or they've called you and say, okay, then I'm just going to ask you a series of simple questions. But here's the thing, you called me because you want some help, right? Yes, obviously, because they called you. So you can say, and so you called me because you trust me, right? Well, yeah, I called you. So then for those two reasons, then I'm going to ask you these questions. And if you trust me, that's the reason you called me, then trust me when I say the questions I'm asking for your benefit. And that'll like, what? So you're basing, hey, Roman, how are you? So you're basing upon the facts that are current right now, not yesterday or possibly tomorrow. It's right now. They have called you. Okay. So, but why did they call you? Well, because, I trust you and I'm agitated and I didn't know what else to do. You got them, see? So now you can take control of the narrative because you see, you called me because you trust me and you need help. All right, then take a deep breath. So now you can control the narrative. Okay. If that, depending on who and what, and very calmly, and how your psyche is, regardless of where this person is in the world, your psyche and your mental stability and calmness without being, oh my God, he called me up. What the fuck am I going to do? You can't be there because they called you because there is a psychic link to you. Okay. And you have to be able to use that psychic link, pick it up, and the frustration in being too agitated or being too, I want to die. I've already taken a handful of pills, call 911 kind of deal. I had one of those one time. That was really weird. Had to deal with another situation too that was really weird. Somebody had gotten into my medicine here at my house and swallowed a bottle of Ritalin, and they were up for 3 days, and like to, died of a heart attack, but because of the rage, it didn't. But that was a weird situation, let me tell you. I had no idea that somebody would sneak into my house and take my meds in my little case upstairs. I mean, never thought. But anyway, it happened. So, but because they were depressed and they were something, but refused to have conversation. Anyway, so if they've agreed to talk and they agree that they called you, then just say, then I'm assuring you that, I do want to help you. So take a deep breath and we're just gonna, you know, so what's the current situation, to kind of as an opener. Well, something happened today and let them, and so make sure that you control the situation and say, okay. But now if they start to go off on a tangent about, every time this happens, it pisses me. Okay. And say, oh, that's fine. But, and just calmly keep them on track and go, but what happened today? Or what was the most recent thing, or a couple hours ago, or maybe they're frustrated about something that's about to happen. Okay. But, um, and there's stress and madness in that too. But if it's something that has triggered them through the day that have put them in this, then that's what you try to, you keep them from going off left or right, and you just calmly say, okay, Joe, wait, hang on. Let's stick with today. We'll talk about this other later, okay? We got to stick with this, okay? Trust me, you called me. I'm here to help. Just stay calm and keep repeating that. You not to the point of being belligerent, but when it starts to get out of hand, you say, "Listen, you called me to help you. Let's stay on track with this." Oh, yeah, I did call you. Okay, then I'm here to help you. Let's stay on track. Very simple words, very simple things, but you can control the narrative. Okay. You can keep him from going off in left field and going back and rewinding and going through that. You can stop it head on. You called me, you trust me, then I'm going to keep you on track. Let's stick with the current issue. Just, and so, and if you're strong willed with this and you honest to God truly love them, then connect with them psychically so that they feel what you mean. Had to reload. Kind of rude if you ask me, YouTube. You had to reload. It's 12:27 here. Um, hey, Roman, I think I said hey. But I've met people, I was one of these people at certain stages in my own mental development, not only because of psychological trauma and my first 3.5 years of, abandonment issues and all that, which is very crushing. And I found someone who actually helped me address it. And once I did and was like, oh, holy shit, is this why I feel like this? Because like 65% of adopted children have this loss. It's because they are used to being in this womb of mom. And for whatever reason, that energy, that essence, that vibration ain't there. And none of the people that come and hug them, hold them, or talk to them have anywhere near that same vibrational energy. And so it's like, well, what are you talking about? Well, but where's mom? So for me, that energy, I never found mom, because when I was taken away and right away into the orphanage thing, and then when mom came back and tried to keep me, and then I had to go back to the orphanage, and then she came back, and then she let me back at the orphanage. She tried her damnedest the first 3.5 years to keep me. But in that back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, the last time, where's mom? I don't have that. And when I did have it, I wasn't sure. And then I couldn't trust it because it never lasted. So, in all of this, for the first 3.5 years of my life, I was in 6 different foster homes in my first 3.5 years. So, no wonder there was a lot of links that were busted in my psyche. Along with then later on, I've had head crashes and head bashes and, over 25 concussions. And I don't mean just like, bangs. I'm talking knockout, days on end, change of attitude, change of personality, uh, the whole 9 yards. I've dealt with it all. Not trying to brag. It's been a bitch of a ride. But I can identify with people in any of these instances, because every time I got bashed in the head, it was like I saw a whole different point of the mental health issue. Uh, but anyway, y'all just chat amongst yourself and happy 20, you know. But for every time I light this and the smoke goes up, especially this year, I'm going to keep it more in mind, especially when we're around, that our prayers, just like a powwow, go up with the smoke, you know, and this is our tobacco wherever we may live. And that, so for every time we do a 20, if you, each of you will send your own prayer, written down or otherwise, and just say, I'm lighting this pipe, and may peace go up with the smoke with this, or healing to someone. And that for every time you smoke your peace pipe at the 20, that there's a prayer that goes with it. Simple. Anyway, or a good thought to the universe. Anyway, you ain't got to do it, but that's one of the things I want to focus on more. I'm even here at the house, if I do a 20 at 9:30, or at 10:01, morning or evening, that when I smoke it, I'm going to say a little prayer to the universe for whoever needs it. You know, Small addition. I'm always sending out prayers in my old age, and as I think of, in terms of my Catholic upbringing, with the monks who've got the hoods on and who work in the monasteries and who are quiet a lot, which I never am. I could never make that freaking vow. But I am the Heyoke. I'm the one that's talking all the time about some shit, keep people's minds kind of stirred up instead of let them get too lax. I understand my job, you know. And they remind me frequently, I love you guys, I do. If you could hear something. And there's a warmth way back in the day when I was trying to block them out. There was a coldness, and I'd hear this like, you know, in the cartoons where the devil's on one shoulder and the angel's on the other.
and they'd be fighting it out, you know. And I'll tell you more times than once, I listened to that little devilment too many times. Of course, I'd be drunk, you know, and then the little devil would say, "Come on, let's go over here and do this." Yeah, why not? You know, and the angel would be going, "Oh, hell no." You know, I'm leaving you two guys by yourself, you know. But there have been times when I was so drunk that I had no idea how I made it home that 20 miles from town, and just have no idea how I made it them 20 miles. Literally, I remember hitting the highway going, "Lord Jesus, help me make it to the house." And the next thing I know, I'd wake up in the yard with the engine off and my head on the steering wheel and look up and go, "How'd I get here?" You know, seriously, that's how, you know, crazy, drunk, and high and whatever I was back then. And too many times, I ain't talking like three or four, I'm like 30 or 40 over the years, right? Because I've lived here 40 years now. So it was at least once a week. So there's 52 weeks in the year, so it ain't hard. But anyway, there was those near misses where I was like, Jesus God, I could only see with one eye, and I had to pull over and put my foot on the ground to keep the world from spinning, and you know, stuff like that. But in the idea though of mental health though, when you're speaking with someone, if they start to get agitated, or and the agitation can mean a higher pitch in their voice, for example. So what you need to do is listen to your voice. What is the pitch of your voice at the time when you hear whatever it is go up in their voice, right? So, and you can tell if the pitch in somebody's voice goes up to a point, you will instantly, especially when you're talking whatever it is you're talking about, you'll instantly know that, oh shit, there I just whoops, you know. So you very calmly stay calm. And if they go, well, that upsets me or something, or whatever, and you go, it, sorry, it was, you know, I meant it, however, but um, you can also say, it's we can see this must be a trigger point for you. We can see that this might be a trigger point for you, is some of your anger or frustration. And don't try to make assumptions. You say, is this anger or your frustration, um, why would you feel, what was, what or why? You go back to those, what makes you feel upset, or why would this upset you? So whatever it is that you might have upset, and you say, well, this might be a trigger. Why does this upset you then? Because that might be the nail on the head you actually need to hit, right? So, but in the conversation yesterday, we had rain in Austria. Aruba. So control of the situation, in this peeling back of the onion of whatever has triggered this person to call you, that you make sure you don't say, in my opinion, you stay out of it. You keep it to the observer point of view. And it's always, well, why would this piss you off? And if they just sit there and won't say anything, there may be some obvious things like the girlfriend, or they lost a job, or something. There might be like something really obvious is that elephant in the room. And you could mention, well, how bad or something. And to kind of stimulate the conversation, but you stay out of your opinion. Well, maybe you don't say maybe it's the girlfriend. Well, you might say, well, how do you feel about your girlfriend in the situation? You see, you rephrase it, but you're still asking about the girlfriend, right? So, but you put it in such a way that you make sure it's not your opinion, it's their opinion. So, well, your girlfriend's, I've known some people and say, well, every time this happened, your girlfriend's always nagging you and on your ass. And that's not the way you treat a situation like this. You have to be this, um, well, is what about the girlfriend, or what about, what does she have anything to do with this situation? You you don't say she is, and it might be obvious that she is, or that it's, whatever it is that is the elephant in the room, but you just, so uh do you think this has an effect on your mood? It's always, do you think, could this be part of, you know not that it is. And you don't say I think this could be the issue, but you state it very clearly. Well, my girlfriend's dropped me again. um and maybe, if you, depending on, like, a friend of mine, because I was going through this, trying to understand why this long-term abandonment feeling was in me, and how to deal with it, because it was there from literally the day I was born. And so, how do I find it, fix it, see it coming, trick it, hide it? What do I do with this, right? Because it's literally ingrained in me at such an early age, but I want it out. I want control of it. I want to be able to not feel that way, right? And so, okay, but I've made up my mind that I am deciding, not necessarily at any cost, but almost to that point. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to try different ways. If this doesn't want to work, I'm going to try something else. And if I get lost or confused, I'm going to take a deep breath, and then I'm going to find another way again. So that's persistent versus being, well, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to find the answer. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. That's the wrong frequency to get there. So if this person has been worrying about the same depressing thing, then you can say something that misdirects it, like, in that, you know, why do you think this always happens to you? Why do you think this always happens to you? You don't say, because they're the ones called you, and they're the ones that are explaining, oh, this thing has happened. Okay, why do you think that's happening to you again? Or why do you, just why? You don't try to interject, or maybe it's this. Now, if you've been friends for 40 years, you may be able to have a little conversation, but you don't linger, and you don't go about blaming something, even though it might be obvious. You got to let them see it for themselves. Okay. You just have to. You can lead them that direction, and you can formulate the questions in a nice, polite way that they have to seek the answer themselves. Well, why do you feel that way? Well, I don't know. What do you think? No, it's not for me to answer. Why do you feel you were triggered tonight about this event? What do you think may have triggered this event? You stick with those two questions and reformulate whatever the conversation is doing, and you'll be surprised, very surprised, especially if you allow your psychic self to kind of keep an eye on what they're how they're acting or their response, their tone of voice? Did you just ask them, well, and they go, well, I don't know. And then they start to jump off the handle. You can bring it back around and go, well, what are those things that calmed you down before? So instead of seeking what caused it, you can look back on their history and go, well, what types of things calmed you down before when you, even though you may not know why you feel this way, what can we do to help correct it versus worrying about what the problem is? But, so you're still in control of the situation, but you can move it from finding out the problem to what was previous solutions, or what is a possible, like, simple solution. Well, have you made any tea? Did you light any sage? Or did you just go out in the backyard and scream for a minute and then go in and sit down and you called me? And whatever things that can be done or are done or could do to diffuse the energy of a person. So if they've called you, then it's your chance to take control of the situation, and always being kind, always staying calm, always making sure your picture, if there's something you really want to make, see how my voice went up? I really want to make a point, then I'll bring my voice back down. I really want to make a point about how important it is that we speak in a calm voice between us. So only raise the voice at times when it's like a little bit of emphasis, but not to trigger them. Well, what would have really caused you to feel this way? You see what I mean? So really caused you to feel this way. So the voice travels down and it stays calm so they don't feel intimidated. So they're hearing it, they're feeling it, and you're controlling it could get out and go weird at any time. So it can still do that. But at least you're not giving the situation any fuel. Why would you feel this way again? Because if it's a repetitive thing, what is different this time? Why? What? Why? What? See, and you ain't getting involved at all, but you're still helping to control the narrative. It those two questions and maybe a third one in there. How can we fix this? Which is the next level. First, you get them calmed down, and how can we fix this? How do you think we can? What? They're back to the what. What do you think would help you feel better at this time? You think you could make some tea, or there might be those suggestions. What would make you feel better? Tea or something, or you just want to talk a little longer, which okie doke. But so you may offer suggestions as a friend, just glancing, versus, well, I think it's your mother and she's a real fucking bitch and you need to stand up to her. Now, as a friend in conversation, you could have that. But if they're calling you in a desperation, you can't say that. You just can't. Even though that might be what y'all have discussed, even though she might be a pure evil bitch, and even though, because I went through a period of wanting to die when Bessie was around and I got no acknowledgement, and I found out how bad she really hated us. And I just was like, nobody loves me, everybody hates me. I'm going to go eat some worms. And worms meaning I'm just going to, end it all. And the next conversation is going to be with, uh, you know, good night, Travis. Oh, hey, Mary. Mary said, hot guy. Hot guy instead of Hawkeye. That's funny. But anyway, thank you. Any compliment's better than none. Even, well, you're fucking ugly. You know what? Okay. But anyway, with this understanding, but if somebody has called you in that much desperation, if you stay calm and stick with those two, and the third one is how, you know, but it's not about, and it may be that, as depending on how well you know them or friend or whatever, you say, how can how can you come up with a solution? How can we come up with a solution? You know, um, what do you feel you need to do to help you feel better or to do or whatever the situation? So you're there with them and how we can come up with a solution. But what do you think you should do about this? And they might ask your opinion about it, this or that, and you could point out, well, this could get you here and that get you there, but it's up to you, you know, as far as, you, and there might be something that's obvious. You could say, well, this answer over here to me just states the obvious, but, there's many different solutions to many different things. At times we just don't see them all. So you can still keep yourself out of making a decision for them, because sometimes that's what they're looking for. When they're looking for you to validate something that unconsciously they've already made, but they're too chicken. I know this, from my own experience, that you're too chicken shit to admit on your own. So you'd rather take the answer is I'd rather take the easy way out than to face whatever it is that I needed to face. And sometimes it was just the blank unknown. Because at the time that certain questions I was asking answers to that at the time there wasn't any place available for me to get an answer, having to do with my family and issues and things and stuff. And because there were still people who were alive that weren't talking, you know. And after visiting with my other relatives up in Ohio during the summer, we all understood that it wasn't until Dolores got, damn near dying, that she started really talking about some stuff and never admitted to having Dennis, which is the third brother in line. Um, I got their picture here, but I think there'd be too much. Anyway, I got my family sitting next to me. But in peeling back the onion, of course, it depends on if the person is drunk or has taken some kind of medication or something, or if they hadn't had any sleep and they're running on empty. So you have to ask certain questions. Well, what have you had to eat today? Or what kind of, and which can also, in helping them, by asking these simple, loving questions without going to, well, why are you asking me this? I'm just making sure your blood sugar was okay. Well, what's that? But, well, blood sugar has a lot to do with, you know, attitudes and things and stuff. And, just curious, have you had a snack lately or something, just asking, So it ain't that you're trying to, you should eat something. You ask them if they've had anything lately versus, yeah, you have to, don't go there, you know. Don't be the nagger, don't be the nagger, And there's a joke. Let me tell you this nagger joke. Okay. Uh, so there was this old farmer that was in front of the judge. And he said, listen here, Mr. Smith. He said, we just can't have you talking about your wife and the color, and this is a new time and a new era, and we don't use those kinds of words. And he goes, well, your honor, He said, my wife really is a nagger. She nags to me about my boots on the floor. She nags to me about coming in late. She nags to me if I've had a little drink of corn liquor. My God, that nagger's got to go. And the judge said, divorce granted. Boom. But anyway, that's my nagger joke where people misunderstood what you said, but anyway. So by talking about simple things can diffuse the really hot thing. Well, this is really bothering me. Okay, are you sitting down? Have you had any tea? Are you calm? I mean, those are just honestly simple things. Well, no, and I've been pacing the floor and I can't sleep. And well, then maybe whatever it is, maybe some more milk or a cup of tea or something, and go sit down in the kitchen and let's have a chat while your tea's making. So now you've given them something to do. You are interested in how they feel, and maybe some warm tea or something or whatever would help them. And now their brain is shifting gears and out of the depressed or I want to die or what you see. So you do have control of the situation, and you can control the situation depending on how, on a scale of 1 to 10, if it's a 9.5, you really got to calm that earthquake volcano down. But if it's a 6.5, yeah, it's about 50, but it ain't, it's still very easily to calm stuff down. Hello, dropped wood sack on the phone, and David, he timed David out. Whoops. Dave, if you're listening, Barry did it on purpose. He just didn't want to tell you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But anyway, so peeling back the onion. So in this mental health thing, since y'all got me started on it, and it kind of does have something to do with destiny, because if someone has called us in a desperation because they're having issues with their destiny, think about that. Just like, what? Well, because I couldn't figure out why I was having these feelings of being abandoned when somebody pointed out that 65% of adoptees, male and female, have these feelings that they don't quite understand and have issues that lead them into drugs and booze and sex and just all other kind of mindless stuff, because they don't understand why they have this feeling of not being, never finding mother, never having that connection, and seeking it in odd and weird ways. And for me, picking the wrong wives ended up with drugs and alcohol, which led me to, wanting to kill myself a lot. So I speak to this issue with years of, various degrees of insanity and so forth. But what has helped me, and I have helped other people when it was brought to my attention, because when somebody, I've said, look, I want to know how you do this. What do you mean? Because if I call you and you talk me down, right, and I'm like, okay, so and I 5 minutes later I realize I've calmed down, and I really don't want to murder myself, but I'm still anxious or whatever, but I'm not freaking out. So whatever it is you did is working. So what did you just do? So it was like, listen to my conversation. What did we discuss? Oh, you asked me, why did I feel this way? What do I, the same things I've been saying here the last hour ish. And so, but by sticking with that, oh, there goes one. I was, man, can I get there before you do? Wait, I almost got married. I just reported to him too. Dun, 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 dun. But anyway, so how we act and react with other people, our tone of voice, which other people can bring out strange noises from us that we may not be picking up on. So, of all the things, first thing you do, make sure, hi, this is Leo, man. I'm having a bad time, man. You got to talk me down. I don't know what to do. Okay, Leo, great. So as soon as you hear that, you have got to find your little phone booth of observation as the observer and kind of shut the door and stay in there. Don't let them emotions out too much because you'll get caught up in it and in the anger or the or depression, and then this hang up on you, and that could be a bad thing, right? So I got them too, Barry, but it says that you did it. I reported them and deleted them, and they just but nanny. It's like we're sitting here with BB guns shooting them off the. I'm thinking Carney, the ducks going by, and you shoot them anyway. Being bears or shooting ducks. But so there, I learned to be self-therapeutic after I decided not to go back to mental health. So when I started being anxious and stuff and this and that, I had a few people that I could call and go, man, I'm having them flashbacks or whatever. I'm feeling anxious, and ain't no freaking reason why. So then I started looking into those more esoteric things like, space weather and cosmic energy. And oh, by the way, for those of you, holy crap, you out of here, Chloe? Okie doke. Is it that time again? Oh, why not? Of course it's time again. It's always time, right? I agree with you, Mary. Puff puff. But in this understanding of the biggest thing, okay, Barry, 5, 4, come on, 3, 2, 1. Report pornography and report. They disappeared off my screen. But anyway, so um, you got the credit for it. But anyway, hey Mary, we all get them. I can see you in the chat. What are you doing in the chat? Are you naked again, David? That's just uncalled for. If you're naked and you're happy, clap your hands. If you're naked and you're happy, clap your hands. Wait, I don't hear anything. Well, that's because one of my hands is busy. What? Never mind. Giggle, giggle. Good night, Chloe. If you're out of here, we love you. And I hope you listen to some of this advice, honestly. And for anybody else that deals with people that has friends that me and other folks, I mean, trust me, um, if you listened and will understand it. Oh, you're staying here? Okay. And I don't mean this for you, Chloe, in particular or anything, but the what I just discussed for the last hour and a half really works. It really does. It really works. And you can keep somebody from being violent. Now, if they've had liquor and alcohol and a bunch of stuff, that kind of changes, and they're trying to be violent towards someone or something like fight or whatever. The best you can do is just keep it calm and back them off and back other people away so they don't get hurt. Okay. But I'm talking about a depression, suicide, want to die, want to something, and over anxious. Okay. Now, to that point, switching gears for a minute, you already did it. Yeah. You heard me count down. That's what I was doing, was deleting them. I was seeing how long it would take me in counting. But anyway, yeah, I hit the little thing on the side too. You can't sleep. Well, I guess I can't sleep either because, of course, this is early for me. It's only 1:03 in the morning time. It's 46 degrees and clear, but actually there's some haze up in the sky, but it's nice outside tonight. And some of you got a chance to walk through the woods with me. And I learned a lot by doing that with my cell phone. And I'm sorry, but I clicked the button that said premiere, and there were some folks like Teresa that thought that I was like live. And no, I was live with Memorex, but I came right in from the woods and uploaded it like in 20 minutes. It was up there. So it was almost like y'all walked with me in the woods. There was just that little skip. But anyway, um, that's what I was going to do. Hang on. Well, I don't know. It's only 1:04 a.m. here. I mean, it's already been almost 4 hours. Who knows? Uh, pick a subject and do late night radio. Oh, today's the 5th, and they were supposed to flip the switch and all this other stuff. We were supposed to have the great white flash go through. Now I'm going to put something here in this chat room here for a second, and okay. Now when I send you this link, you got to do it like right now. Otherwise, you ain't going to see it. Okay. So I'm sending you this link on purpose. Control. Wait. Control C. Hang on, because some of you might not have it. And this is Control V. That is the current. Go to that link, please, and take a look at it, because I can talk about it, but unless you see it, you won't know what I'm talking about. That is the current Shaman res, okay, and what it looks like for the last couple days. But because it's going off like this, you're not going to be able to see why there's a giant space there, and what I wanted to talk around and discuss for a moment. So go and look what the current right now, not what it was earlier or yesterday, or go look at it now, please, because in a few hours it's going to move off the screen and it won't be the same. So, but when I looked yesterday, because every day I take at least one check, right? And I got it on a shortcut, click it, check it, say, well, there it is for today, and off I go, right? But anyway, let me go back to it. So I can't see the chat at the moment. But let's see where we are. There's 0 is 1 day, 0 is 2 days. So it's been 2.5 days ago where this chart basically is. So 2.5 days ago, it started to get kind of rough and green and go all the way down to the bottom. And it's very similar to what the right-hand side of the chart looks like now. But in that, from 1-4 to 1-5, like at least 24 hours, 5 to 5, 24, 36 hours, there is a huge blank spot. Okay. I mean, like huge. And if you go down from the huge blank spot, which is about 13 and a half, moving to your right on the chart, you can see where it's a dark blue and then it just goes ding and then it turns to light blue the rest of the time. And at the bottom of the chart, to the right currently, there is a lot of background frequencies that are showing up very low or high depending on which way you look at this, and I can never remember. But the big blank spot just so happened to be on the day, I'm just saying, that they said was going to be this big energy wave, bolt, flash, something. And so I'm curious. Hey, Deborah, how are you? Um, the Sherman scale, yeah, it's human, but I like the joke, unless you honestly thought it was the Sherman, and in that it's But anyway, um, so I just found it to be a curiosity in that a week ago I was talking about everybody talking about the fifth, blah 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 blah, and so there on the fifth, there's this increase in resonance, and then the screen goes blank. Now they once a month usually they will take it down for whatever reason. Maybe they have to put new paper in the machine, like we used to have to do with teletype machines back in the old radio days, and just stuff like that. So it may be the monthly maintenance. It is just after the first of the year, but I found it interesting that it kind of coincided with what was supposed to happen to the earth and all these energies and stuff. And then I look at this human and go, coincidentally, there's a 24 plus period. Uh, you've been watching for a while. Good to see you, hear you, Deborah. Hope everything's good. It's 50 degrees here. Yeah, it's 45. Wait, that's a 6. It's 46 outside now down here in Southwest Georgia, Meigs, Georgia, here at what time is it in the morning time? It's 1:10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which, oh my God, this is like it because I got on so early tonight, it feels like 4 in the morning. It's the 6th. I feel fine. How about y'all? Absolutely, Travis. I was going to kind of say that in one of my, in the thing, you know, are we dead yet? Has anybody seen the great big giant flash yet? But I can honestly say this, and maybe it's just because of my own craziness, which there's probably a lot to that. But I set myself up to feel better. I mean, basically. Also, I have been trying different combinations of kratom, and these last little bit, I've got a 1-2 combination, one in the morning, this other one in the evening, and it really seems to be helping me a lot. And it's only 2 pills, one of each vein, strain, brand, whatever. And so that's interesting. But at the same time, in having conversations with other people, there's other thoughts, feelings, stuff that I don't necessarily think I could relate to the kratom. You know what I mean? Uh, just other stuff in general that I personally have been working on. Feelings anyway. So, and in that, I've been finding some synchronicities with other people. And it seems that other people, for whatever it is that we have a conversation or an email or something, there was a synchronicity in that. For a minor example, yesterday on Tuesdays with Robert V, we usually do, Native stories, legends, and so forth. And so I'm in curiosity because I could call him, but I felt like he was working. And so I didn't want to call him. But I did send him a message via email. Are we going to do a show tonight? And it was fairly early, but I knew in my heart when I sent it, I said, he's working a double. So earlier today, I was even talking to Barry on the phone when Robert called, and sure enough, he goes, yep, I was working a double. And I was like, I knew it. I knew it when I said it. I'm not trying to, I said, I knew that you were working a double without any kind of phone call, and I just knew he was. And sure enough, he said, yep, I was working a double. And I said, it's okay. I know we normally do it. And don't worry about it. And he was calling, apologizing. I said, dude, I knew when I sent it, you were working a double. It's okay. But there are things for me like that I somehow I just instinctively know. And then later on, you find out is true. Well, it was. And so it's not just with Barry, it's with other people. And I said Barry, but you and I, Barry, have had similar instances. You're great and cold in Illinois. How far up in Illinois, Deborah? I've got friends of mine up around Spring Valley is the reason I stated that. And we have a listener participant, folks, somebody um, in South Side in Chicago too. Below weather and temps. Yeah, and a lot of my relatives live up in Ohio. Well, actually, most of them, come to think of it, at, and I just, I'm saying it's their own damn fault, but anyway, no, I would not move up back up there. I'm from like, Villa, Illinois. I don't know if that's like higher or lower in the state, per se, but like closer to the lake or closer to the tip. But anyway, there was a place in lower Illinois, and then I found out later on it's like a really got a lot of energy or something. Anyway, down in the and right now I can't think of what it is. Some kind of something down there. Pecatonica, Illinois. This is a small town. Yeah, it was Peoria and Spring Valley, and there's another small town because I went there in the middle of winter and visited with a friend of mine who's where he grew up and his mother and friends and stuff like that. I'm a shaman in training, absolutely music. But at least that's what everybody tells me. you know, you get a 3 to 5 of snow. Yeah. If we now here recently when it was so cold and the weather was coming in, it was like if it was a little bit colder, you could feel the sleet in the air. You know what I mean? Yeah, and windy. Yep. I continue to learn and experience and share. Freeport, Rockford. Okay, that's better. I mean, just okay. Yeah, but for a long time there was this place in Illinois, and I can't remember what it was that I wanted to go like a lot. So, well, see, your temperature and mine, Chloe, are almost exact because it's 46. I'm looking at it right here, 46 here. Now, I haven't gone outside and looked at my thermometer, which usually is a degree or so with megs. Because I'm sitting down here at the bottom of the hill, it's a little the coolness settles at the bottom of the hill. Words of wisdom. For music, I will let the folks in the chat tell you who I am versus me, because then that's me just telling, oh, look how great I am. Let them tell you, not how great I am, but let them, because otherwise it seems to me that I would be self-promoting, and I don't do that, as my friends in the chat know. So if you want to know about anything about me, I'll answer the question, but whether or not you trust or something like that, ask my dear friends in the chat. Because I feel like I'm still in training, I can't just say, yes, I'm a shaman, because I know there's still lots more to learn. But from other folks' point of view, and even as I, have conversations with y'all, I realize, oh, holy shit, I have really picked up a lot of stuff over the years. Oh, man. And there's a lot of stuff I have forgotten, but oh, holy mackerel, the stuff that I have forgotten. Maybe I forgot it because they have downloaded all these other things into my brain that we have to have discussions about. And for me, we have I have discussions with my spirit guides before I have these chats with you. And then as I'm having these chats, they're kind of sort of dribbling, and here's a little bit more that has to do with this, and there's a little bit more that has to do with this, and oh, by the way, there's a little bit more that has to do with this. And see how all of these things are connected. Now, that's what I'm here in my head, my experience and everything. I'm trying to explain to y'all, right? So it's like, okie dokie. So, but in this predestination, which is the original topic for this, did I leave anything hanging? And yes, the soul tribe, yeah. My dog starts shaking before I open the door. It's that cold. Yeah. Yeah, they know ahead of time, don't they? And speaking of that, the other day when it was so windy and cold, that might have been the night I did a live stream, but there was a tornado in the area and stuff. But anyway, the temperature dropped. I mean, it was like, 75 degrees, and then it was like 55 degrees. I mean, it was like in a really short time, it just, boom. So, when the rain went by and we just had a lot of wind, but the temperature was like much colder. And now it's much colder and it's wet outside. So Duggar, he's so chicken shit, he goes to the door like, I got to pee. I'm going to run out and do this thing right away. And all of a